On April 23, 2016, the body of 28-year-old mother of two, Elizabeth Ferrell, was discovered by fishermen in a Louisiana waterway. Police determined she had been beaten and strangled to death before being tossed from the I-10 highway bridge. Elizabeth lived 250 miles away in Humboldt, Texas, and police worked to determine how she ended up so far from home. Investigators discovered that earlier that morning, a convicted sex offender had been involved in a car accident on the bridge where Elizabeth's body had been dumped. The man was too injured to interview immediately, but detectives learned one of his ex-girlfriends had just turned herself in on an outstanding warrant. They rushed to interview her to see if he could have been involved.
Hey man, how you doing? You Danielle? Danielle, my name is Ronnie Abraham. I'm a detective for the Iberville Parish Sheriff's Office. I know you're thinking like, what about Iberville? The reason I'm here, did you date or live with Frank
Stewart?
Frank Stewart, yes. Were y'all boyfriend, girlfriend, married, or what?
Boyfriend and girlfriend.
Boyfriend and girlfriend, okay. He got in a wreck this morning on the interstate. Coming, called eastbound, like if you coming from Lafayette toward Baton Rouge. He's in the hospital. He ran out of gas, and he was trying to put gas back in the car. Somebody stopped to help him. Some drunk guy come up and hit him in the back of the car. But I think he's okay, but he's in the hospital right now. All right, but my question is this. Why did y'all split up? What was that split up about?
Well, okay, we just had a bunch of problems, period. Like,
Cheat on you?
yeah, he did.
All right. Who did he cheat on you with?
Some girl in the trailer park. But it was like...
White girl, black girl?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
He liked white girls. I talked to some people. They talk to a lot of people, so he liked white girls.
Yep. That's
Do you know any of the white girls he cheated on? Do you know their names and stuff?
One named Amber.
Amber?
King.
You know where she lives at?
No, not no more.
Describe her to me. What she look like?
She's short with curly hair.
Short curly hair. Okay.
And I think her hair black.
Okay. Any tats on her or anything like that?
No.
No tats?
No.
Have you ever seen with a white girl with tats or anything like that you know of?
No. Well, no.
Okay. I found out he worked at Waffle House, right?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't go to work yesterday, from what I understand. He was supposed to work yesterday, didn't go to work. I think he worked from 2 to 9.
I don't know about you yesterday.
Okay.
I wasn't around.
When you come in jail? When you got in here?
Last night.
Last night?
Yes, sir.
What time? Do you remember about what time you got arrested?
I didn't get arrested. I turned myself in.
Oh, okay.
Brought myself here.
Or they had a warrant for you or something and you just come turn yourself in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. When's the last time you seen Frank?
The last time I saw Frank was earlier yesterday. Yesterday. Before I turned myself in.
Where about?
He had came to my mama's house with my brother.
Where your mom lives at?
On O'Neill Lane.
On O'Neill Lane?
Yes, sir. Because he was with, I guess my little brother showed him, because he didn't know where my mama stayed.
Do you have a cell phone? I know you got it on you, but do you have a cell phone? What's your cell phone number?
225 888 2029.
2029?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Frank, what's his cell phone number?
I don't know his by
You don't know
heart.
it? You don't know
Not
by
by
heart?
heart.
Right. But the last time you saw him was Go ahead, I'm
I
listening.
remember he said something about his phone was broke
Okay.
and was cracked or something.
When he told you that? Yesterday?
Mm-hmm. We have kids together.
Okay. Yeah, do you have children together?
We have
Okay.
a boy and a girl.
All right.
So he saw the kids.
And that was yesterday on O'Neill Lane in Baton Rouge.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't talk to him anymore after that yesterday? Was anybody with him yesterday when you spoke to him?
My brother.
Who's your brother?
His name Donovan Gordon.
Donovan Gordon. Where he lives at?
Right now, I really don't. I promise you, I really
No, I
don't
understand.
know where
No, I
he's
understand.
staying.
Do you know his phone number?
To my knowledge, he been using Wi-Fi, which that's what people use when they don't have a number.
Right.
And from my knowledge, he been spending the night at my dad's house for the
Okay.
past days because Donovan he don't stay in Port Allen, but for some reason for the past days he been in Port Allen with Frank.
Okay.
But he was supposed to be staying in Baton Rouge with his godmama,
Okay. Who's your father?
Donald
Donald what?
Calloway.
Donald Calloway?
Yes.
Where does he live at?
He stay in Dudes.
Dude's Trailer Park?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. He works for Waffle House too?
Mm-hmm.
So him and Frank work together?
No, my daddy work in Brooklyn and Frank work in Port Allen.
Oh, okay. So Frank works the one on 415,
Mm-hmm.
and the other one works across the overpass.
Mm-hmm.
You call it Brooklyn. I do too. A lot of people say Port Allen. I call it Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I don't know why. But you do know Frank is known to fool some white girls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not gonna bullshit you or nothing like that. We found a dead white girl this morning, not far from where he got in the wreck at, and we're trying to we're trying to eliminate him. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to eliminate him from that.
Yes,
You know what I'm
sir.
saying? So we need all the cooperation we get. We're trying to help him.
Yeah,
We're just trying to say,
I
you know,
cooperate
not
with
you,
everything.
but we need to know,
Yeah.
if I'm gonna show you a picture. Okay, I'm gonna go get somebody to bring you a picture of this little white girl.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know her, you know her. If you don't know her, you don't know her. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right back.
That'll be fine.
I took a picture with my phone.
Okay, that's fine. I would have to see like more because I would have to see like more pictures because I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it's
but
a tough picture.
It looks familiar, but I don't know who it is.
It's a tough picture.
Like I would have to see more pictures to.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the pictures I got are not, they're pretty graphic.
And you said it was by where he was?
Yeah, not far from him, maybe a mile or two.
What's wrong with him?
He got in an accident. I mean,
it was a bad one?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Some guy comes up behind him and hits the back of his car.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, he's in the hospital. He's at the late. I think it's the late leg. We're checking on it right now. The late leg.
What happened to him?
He got hit. The car hit him, and he got hurt pretty bad. So, and that's why I'm saying we're trying to find out where would he be coming from at that time in the morning. Does he know anybody, say like Lafayette or anything like that you know of?
Not that I know of.
What kind of car he drives?
A white, let me try to remember the name of it. It's a white, hold on, don't tell me. I know it's a white luxury, I forgot the name of it.
It is one.
Yeah, I know it's white.
And you know what? I'm sitting here with you, and I'm trying to think of the name of the car myself.
I know
but it's
it's
a white
white.
4-door car.
I know it's white and the top come back.
Yeah, exactly. That's the right car.
Was my brother with him?
No, nobody.
Nobody?
Nobody was by himself.
Well, my brother was with him yesterday, so I don't understand.
Right. Let me step right back and get in the car.
Whoa. Damn.
Hello? But anyway,
And he was coming from Lafayette.
he'd have been coming from Lafayette, correct? From that area that way. Are you familiar with the bridge across the swamp area?
You talking about the new bridge?
No. This is going toward Grove State. Like you going to Lafayette. You leave and you get on the interstate and you head into Lafayette. You know what I'm talking about? Then you got to get up on that bridge.
I don't know nothing about.
You don't know anything in that area? Okay.
I don't know nothing about.
All right. You ever been to Lafayette, Texas? You never been to Texas?
I've been to Texas before, but
you
not
crossed
Lafayette.
you crossed that bridge. You ever heard of Whiskey Bay?
See, when I was in Texas, it was like when I was little, so
And you hadn't been back that way since?
no. So,
Oh.
so I don't know.
You know where Grove State's at?
I heard of it, but I don't know what it said.
Yeah. You need to get out.
I know.
You gotta get out more often. But anyway, it was in that area right there, and we was trying to figure out who he would know that he'd be out at 4:00 in the morning. Where would he be coming from at 4:00 in the morning? Because his accident happened at 4:54 this morning.
4:54 this morning.
Correct. Right.
And I was here before that, so
Yeah, you was in here already.
yeah. I've been turned myself in.
And y'all hadn't been together in a minute, huh?
Mm-mm.
How long has it been?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't with him for I think 2 weeks now.
2 weeks.
I've been with my mama for 2 weeks now.
Okay. And where's he been living at?
My dad's house.
He been living with your dad?
Mm-hmm.
How long?
And my dad told, when I talked to my dad yesterday, he was like, he told Frank that he had to, if he wasn't gonna be with me, that he had to go find somewhere to go.
All right. And when was this?
He told me this yesterday.
So you think Frank moved yesterday or before that?
That's what my dad told me, that he had got his clothes out the house yesterday morning.
Frank did.
Yeah, that's when. And when cause you can even ask my mama when he popped out the blue at her house. It was like my mama said, "What he doing here?" And I said, "I don't know. I didn't."
And that would have been yesterday.
Yesterday, and that's when I saw some clothes in his back seat, and my brother came with him.
Okay, so he had a lot of clothes and stuff in there.
Yeah, I saw 2 baskets of clothes in his back seat.
That would have been his clothes, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think it was a car seat in the car as well. Y'all got a young baby. Does it fit a car seat?
Mm-hmm. Okay. We have a boy that's 2 and a girl that's 3.
Okay. All right. That accounts for the clothes I saw and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But who would Frank run with at nighttime? If you go out, who would he be hanging around with?
At night? When he was with me, I didn't let him go nowhere else. When he broke up with me, I don't know what he did.
Right. What kind of bars would he frequent? Clubs? Where would he frequent?
Like I said, to be honest, when he was with me, the only place that we went together was the casino. That's the only place.
In Baton Rouge?
Mm-mm.
Where?
We went to the casino right there by Dude's, Lucky's.
Oh, okay, a truck stop casino.
Yeah,
okay.
That's the only one we went to.
Okay.
And then we'll come home and go to sleep.
Yeah. All right, let me step up.
Hoping to piece together a picture of Elizabeth's behavior and relationships in the weeks leading up to her murder, investigators speak with her co-workers.
Mr. Bryant, this is the reason we asked you to come in today and speak with us is because we're investigating a homicide of a young lady identified as Miss Elizabeth Farrell. Do you know Miss Elizabeth Farrell?
I do.
And just as I explained to everybody else before you, as humans, we are compassionate people, and we tend to, what I want is, I'll be very, very blunt with you. If she has dirty laundry, we need to know about it. That's how we make sense of things, where sometimes we interview people and they're like, well, I didn't want to tell them that she was messing around or she had a drinking problem or a drug problem or anything like that. But these are the types of facts that really could make sense of some questions we may come across or have unanswered now. So just basically be open with us.
I understand.
And it's in the best interest of this case to catch the person who murdered this young lady.
Agreed.
Not about her past and or her habits. So to start, can you tell me how long you've been working here?
This particular facility with her or with the company?
Here.
March, I believe, 2nd or 3rd of last year, 2015.
And what is your position?
Store manager.
Yes, sir. And what type of atmosphere or how often did you come in contact with Elizabeth?
She's a full-time associate, and I work with her. She works 40 hours a week, so generally at least 4 days out of 5 I work with her. We work on the same shift, within the same shifts, I'd say.
Yes, sir. Can you tell us about her work habits? How was she as an employee? Was she reliable? Was she dependent? Was she honest? Did she have problems with attendance or anything like that?
She had a moderate problem with attendance. I wouldn't call it terrible. She was a good worker. We moved her into a supervisory position, deputized her with a supervisory position, if you will, and she struggled at that. But we moved her back into a position where she wasn't doing that, and she did well.
Yes, sir. When you talk about moderate problem with attendance, was it tardiness or was it just not showing up?
It was generally not punctuality. It was generally attendance. I don't have the figures in front of me right now, but not counting the past week, obviously, she missed a fair amount of work, probably And again, without seeing the numbers, I'm speculating somewhere between 7 and 10 days in the last year.
But when she, 7 to 10 days within a year, would those 7 to 10 days be no call, no show?
No.
She would call?
She would call.
Okay.
I can't think of a single no call, no show. Again, off the top of my head.
Yes, sir. And as far as like her personal side, what did you know about her?
It was disorganized, somewhat messy. Again, this is not fact, this is just what I've heard, but again, she spoke openly about the nature of her relationship. Her husband, as she says it, had a problem with drugs and would become abusive. I never learned what she meant by abusive. I don't recall ever seeing her with physical marks on her. But she did say that it was a troubled relationship. She had told me that they had separated for a period of time, but that they were still living together. In fact, he drove her to work.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Again, exactly why they ultimately got back together, I'm unsure. But it was a troublesome relationship. There was talk. She wanted to. Her ultimate goal was sometime in this year, and this discussion was back around Christmas time last year. Her goal was to eventually transfer to go back home to New Orleans and leave the man behind. But she was hesitant to do so. Number one, for the kids. Number two, for financial reasons.
Yes, sir. Do you have a contact number for Liz?
Only what I've got at work. I don't have it on my person.
You don't have it in your phone?
That's
right.
Well, let me confirm that. I have a few of them on here.
Who would be her, do you mind if I speak while you look?
No, please.
Who was her closest associate here? Or outside of here that to your knowledge?
I don't have it.
Yes, sir.
Two that I know of, but again, I must say my information is not overly personal. Number one is Shannon Ferris. The other would be a man named Jim Eckenrode, or James Eckenrode, Eckenrode. He also works here, not at this location, although he will be here tomorrow.
Yes, sir. What time will he be here tomorrow?
I believe he'll be here at 8 o'clock.
8 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What is his position with the company?
He is actually in a state of flux, if you will. He is a full-time associate here. Again, it's not a specific job, and he generally works on the floor. But he's very unique in that he has exceptional handyman skills. So for years now, he's been going out to other stores and helping them fix fixture problems, repair problems that were within his purview, and he can do pretty much any job in the store. Right now, he is actually interviewing for a promotion where he'd be in charge of a team that would go around and set up stores, fixtures, etc. And he's doing that in Katy right now.
Why would you say he would be a close associate or friend of hers?
They were friendly. How close their relation was outside of work, I don't know. But I do know that he seemed to have genuine feelings for her. How far those feelings were, I don't know. Close enough that I believe he drove her home a few times, but again, I don't remember a specific instance when that happened, but I'm pretty sure it happened.
Yes, sir. You know where he lives at?
I don't. We've got his information on our work computers, but I don't have his. I have his phone number. That's the only personal information I have.
You have that with you?
I do. It is area code 7. And I have made him aware of the situation. Yes, sir.
How about Miss Shannon? Why would you say they're close friends? Is that a miss?
What's that?
That's a female?
It's a yes.
Cool.
In fact, she's on your list. I don't know if you've spoken to her.
Yeah, we spoke to him. If I have, I don't think he has.
So she's here today to speak with us. Again, the nature of that relationship, I'm not quite as sure about. Shannon doesn't have a whole lot of friends. I think she considers Liz her best friend. I'm not sure that Liz would reciprocate and call her a best friend. But they're close at work. I believe they had spent some time outside of work together on an infrequent basis. How much, I do not know.
Are you friends with Liz on social media?
I'm not.
Yes, sir.
I do not have a social media site.
Me and you think alike.
There's two
No,
people
no,
there, it's not just you.
Nor will I ever have one.
No, sir. As far as the relationship goes, your knowledge is abusive.
My knowledge is yes, sir.
Did you make mention of that? I didn't lead you into that, right?
No, I made mention of it.
Okay. What have you ever seen any physical abuse?
No, none that I recall.
When was the last time you seen Liz in the store?
She came in on, I'm almost certain it was Tuesday, the day after our rain, because we'd shut the store down on Monday. She came in at 8 o'clock, which was to start her shift, and she had, Tuesday was
19.
She had come in and she had a skin infection on the hand, impetigo, I believe it's called. And it had become infected and was seeping up. Enough so that she was going to go home and see the doctor.
Yes, sir. All right. How did she normally get to work?
Her husband drove.
Yeah. You ever see that?
Yes, sir.
Where did it normally?
Right outside those front doors.
Would it
Almost
be,
without exception.
Would it be visible from now?
There are times when I believe you would see it on that camera, yes, sir. I can't recall specific occurrences. Normally, they would park on, he would come in through that entrance, the north entrance, and park on the right side of the road, which we don't have a very good shot at. But there are times, excuse me, when he would pull up to the curb, which is visible, if not quite clear on that shot. But you could see her get out of the car and come in.
Yes, sir. Can you identify any specific vehicles that he would drive?
A small car. I couldn't give you any more specifics than that.
Color?
Darker. I want to say purplish, but that's speculative. Again, I don't know.
No SUVs, pickup trucks,
Definitely a
vans?
small car.
Okay. Never seen him in any other thing?
No, sir.
Anything else? Tinted windows, rims, anything stick out?
Very average. I didn't never notice the windows, the rims. Again, nothing that stuck out. I call it a very plain automobile.
Yes, sir. Anything else you think of, Nelson?
She recently took some days off, he said, because of this rash or whatever on her hand. Are you aware, do you know if she asked some of her co-workers for some money or something to help her purchase some medication? Have you heard anything about that?
No, sir. I can't remember any circumstances like that in the past. And to this time, no. And in fact, the reason I say that is because she, again, left on Tuesday, did not inform management, or anyone for that matter, that she was going to miss more than one day. And she was scheduled, I think she was, and again, I don't have her schedule memorized, but she was off, I believe, Wednesday, it might have been Thursday. But she was scheduled the other days of the week, including Saturday. She did not show for any of those days. Typically, we don't call. Again, that's not an extended period of time. I think, again, attendance wasn't her strong suit. But, I remember as we huddled up as management and asked if anyone had heard anything, as in was she taking some time off for the hand rash, and perhaps there was a lack of communication on her part or our part that she might have been taking off more than one day. I even asked a couple of the people that she had spoken to. No one knew anything of her taking any more time off. I will say that when her husband and husband's grandmother, I think is her relationship, came in yesterday to speak to us, the grandmother made a comment that they had dropped her off for work Thursday morning, and that she had called them and told them that she had been sent home. If that happened, it happened through someone else. And I was the only salaried manager here that morning. I got here at 5 o'clock. If that is the case, her schedule was 8 o'clock, you would see her come through those doors on that video.
So you were the only one that could have made the call on that particular morning to send her home if that had happened?
She would have conferred with me. If it had been done, it would have been an hourly person telling her that, and it would have had no weight. Someone would have told me.
Okay.
I would consider it extraordinarily unlikely that.
So the only person you heard that from was the husband's
the grandmother. That's
Okay.
correct. Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, let's just speculate here. If she was dropped off and did not proceed into the store for our help, what would be a facility around here that would, from a surveillance standpoint, would capture the parking lot?
I'd have to give you the landlord's number. I believe most retailers confine their video cameras to the immediate surroundings of their building. I don't know that there is one. I'm not aware.
I didn't
of one.
see any. That's why I was asking.
I guess it's pot there. I think the first one over there is Kirkland's. It's at a 90-degree angle. It's possible they have a camera shot that
Oh,
we've
it's just
seen
like
it.
that.
That's right. But if again, it's possible that you can tilt it up. If that is the case, they might have had a reasonable shot. But
Yes, sir.
again, the statement struck me as odd because
Didn't have it.
well, number one, if it happened, I didn't see it, and again, the odds of that are so small as to be. It's just for me to say it didn't happen. We also checked. She did not clock in, and again, I was the only salaried manager here that morning. The other thing was, if it happened, I cannot remember an exception when anyone dropped her off but her husband. I didn't question it at the moment because I didn't feel it was my place. And it
Who's
was,
the grandmother of him or
Yeah.
her?
Yeah, her grandmother's deceased.
and that was the last time they claimed they saw or heard from her.
I'll ask you a personal question.
Please.
As far as her type, her curiosity, her interest in men or women, but you're not. Has she ever been forward with you?
Not so much with me. She spoke to me about some of her personal problems as they related to her attendance, her performance at work. Again, she was not a good supervisor, and she brought that to my attention many times. And she talked. Again, she made very clear she was not private about her private life. I do know that she had at least one boyfriend, I believe from Oklahoma, that she met online, and that this individual, I think it was from Oklahoma, and this individual was coming down to see her for a long weekend about a month, maybe as many as 2 months ago. That is the extent of my knowledge. She had requested the weekend off for that very reason, and she got it. I do not know that the husband knew about that or not. I've been told both ways. My understanding that this is third-hand information is that she had a couple of others that she met online, but again, she never made that clear to me. She would refer to this, when she requested the weekend off that weekend, she referred to this individual as a special friend. I don't know how that turned out.
She particularly was interested in men.
Generally, that's to my knowledge.
No
Yes,
knowledge of her ever being bisexual. Or
not that I know of. She had a.
I'm just trying to think if a guy walked in and she's like, oh, I like guys like that, must be. Or did she have a gothic type, a preppy type, or a blue collar type?
To be honest, until her boyfriend or her husband came in yesterday, I couldn't have picked him out of a crowd.
Yes, sir.
I think he'd come in once or twice to bring her lunch or whatever.
What was his demeanor when he came in?
Sad. My impression was control or rage, or maybe it was just sadness on his part. But the grandmother was escorted to the office first about this time yesterday, and he was changing the baby. He had the 1-year-old with him, and I know there's another child. I don't know where that child is or was at that time. He followed up within 5 minutes and sat in that corner, and he never spoke a word that I recall until we left, until we parted, and I said something to the effect of, "My prayers are with you." He just said, "Thank you." He didn't look me in the eye. He was holding his daughter and looking down, his chin was quivering, and an occasional tear, but it looked like he was containing his anger.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Again, her personal characteristics, I considered her she seemed to enjoy playing the victim. She enjoyed telling people her problems. She seemed to want sympathy. Again, she did not keep her public or her private life private. We had a situation, and again, we kind of caught her in a lie. Well, not a lie, but a supposed lie. We had a potential break-in in one of our lockers about 3-4 months ago, and some money was stolen, $10, $20. It was the only time it had happened, but word got out, and we started stating that we wanted people to lock their lockers, and she came up and said that she had had something to the effect of $40 stolen. The reason this was done is because we had compensated the individual that initially had the money stolen, the $10 or whatever. It was a very small amount. We believed it was a vendor. but she came up and made a comment that she'd had some money taken, and I think she said she'd had it taken before. And when we spoke to her about it, I can't remember the exact circumstances of the nature of the conversation was, but she said she had thought that her husband, Jonathan, had taken it, and she made the comment to the effect that it was there when she went home at the beginning of the conversation. And then as we spoke to her about it, as we continued speaking to her about it, it came out, or she essentially contradicted that statement, saying that she didn't have it when she went home. And the belief was at the time that she heard about this and was trying to get some money. Again, that's I couldn't give you the exact circumstances. I remember I wrote it down, but there was nothing that we could confirm. But I noticed behavior like that from time to time that I would call manipulative, in an innocent way. I guess playing dumb would be the way to say it. But
Right.
whether or not I thought highly enough of her at the time, about 6 months ago, that I tried putting her into a supervisory position. Again, that failed me. But that was just an observation of her personal behavior.
Well, did you speak about any contacts to Louisiana?
Not that I recall. I know she had some people there with whom she associated. I don't believe she had any close friends or family. She never spoke to me of any close friends or family.
Why do you believe she had people she associated with?
Because when she mentioned this, and again, I think this was in November of last year, again, her relationship problems are no secret, but at the time it was particularly bad. She was doing very poorly in her position at the front of the store, and I'd questioned her about it. I'd critiqued her, and she was upset, and she came and spoke to me and started telling me about her personal problems, and that it was just not going well at home, things of that nature, but I don't really have anyone. I don't have the money to move home, and I'm not sure what the situation would be with my daughters, i.e. could I take them with me? I inquired a little bit further, and she said that I have people there. That's how she said it, I have people there, but again, she didn't elaborate on anyone close. When I say close, I mean anyone that she could just go live with, move in with. She was unsure enough that she didn't say that she had the opportunity to just up and leave. She wouldn't have to save some money.
Yes, sir.
And again, the kids were a factor as well.
When you made mention that she met men online, how did she meet them online? To your knowledge,
That I don't know.
did she ever speak of any hobbies, anything she liked to do? Build model cars, put puzzles together, plant flowers, paint.
Not that I recall. I want to say that she met someone as part of a game. Again, I don't play games or anything like that either, but there was an interactive game that I think she was playing, and she met this individual that way, I think, but I can't even remember the
The
circumstances.
Oklahoma guy, or just an
The Oklahoma guy. That's the only one, and in fact, I can't even remember where I heard that from. I just seem to remember hearing that. Yes, sir, it was that time. Yeah. But again, I can't even remember how I got that information, whether she told me or I heard it from someone else.
Yes. Anything?
That's it.
Anything you need access?
I don't think so. I do have, again, as my understanding is you were going to speak to myself, Mr. Hargrave, Shannon Ferris, and Katie Dunn.
Yes, sir.
There are a couple of folks around me that have spoken and said that they had some information that might be relevant that I don't know about. Would you want to interview them as well?
Yes, we do. I know there's a Melissa, maybe Ackworth. She called me about 1:30 this morning. She's an employee here. I believe she said she's working this morning.
She's.
And anybody else?
What's the last name?
Ackworth, I believe it was.
That's correct. ACKWORTH.
Anybody you feel that
I
wasn't
believe.
on our list that is requesting to speak to us, we'll be more than happy to, that might have any information, we'll definitely speak to them.
How long would it take James to get here?
I don't even know where he's at today. Let me pull it up.
You know Ashley Rodriguez?
I do.
She's a former employee here?
Yes, sir. I don't know that she's officially been terminated. No.
Okay. Go ahead and stop this.
Yeah, we
Out of
can
curiosity, why do you ask? Oh, do I need to?
Hold on.
No,
I'm sorry about that.
Conclude at 10:28. Ms. Caitlin, you're an employee for Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yes.
How long have you been employed here?
7 years.
And what is your position?
Freight lead.
You said nobody calls you Katie, but what do you go by?
Katie.
KA.
TIE.
7 years, you said?
Yes.
Miss Katie, again, my name is Detective St Angelo. This is Captain James Nelson. We're with the Iberville Sheriff's Office. And the reason we asked to speak with you today is we're investigating a tragic incident that was discovered in our parish. And it involved a Miss Elizabeth Farrell. Do you know Miss Elizabeth? Okay. How do you know her?
She's a very good friend of mine.
Okay. How long have you known her?
Over 6 years.
When did you initially meet her?
When she got hired here.
Did y'all work the same schedule?
Yes. We both closed the front end.
Yes, ma'am. But can you tell me what type of person? Okay, before we get started, just like we explained to everybody else, this is a very serious matter. And as humans, we're very compassionate. And obviously that is showing right now on your face and in your heart. As humans, we don't always want to disclose the bad side of things, okay? But with this type of investigation, we've got to know every angle, every corner of this box. And if it's the fact that Elizabeth was tardy, she was foul-mouthed, she had a drinking problem. These are all examples. She had a drug problem. She was infidelity. Was into pornographic material. Whatever it may be, how outlandish it may sound, we need to know that. Okay, to make heads or tails of this. Okay, because nobody's perfect, and we're not here to judge anybody. We're here to bring the person to justice that committed this heinous act. Okay. You understand? So when we go forth, we just understand if she was, whatever she did, whatever deep, dark secrets that you know, that you need to tell us, we need to know that. So, and understand that you're telling it to us in confidence, and it can shed a lot of light on the situation. So with that being said, tell us, as an employee, how she was. Was she tardy, prompt, so forth? Excuse me if I'm not looking at you all the time. I'll be note-taking and multitasking.
She was usually always prompt, always here on time, always happy, cheerful. If you're sad, she would do what she could to make you happy, and you rarely saw her happy unless something was really wrong.
Very seldom. Happy or unhappy?
Unhappy.
Okay.
Very seldom saw her unhappy, sorry. She was always willing to do anything that needed to be done, regardless if it was her job or not. She would help you not cover for you, like, but if you couldn't finish something, she would finish it for you. Just do everything that she could to help.
When was the last time you physically saw her?
I want to say 2 weeks ago. She became that's me. She became front end lead and worked morning shifts, and I worked night shifts. So I didn't see her very often because she would leave at 4 and I come in at 5. And she was one of those people that you would keep in touch with at work. So you would see her every time at work, but when you wouldn't see her, you would kind of fall out of contact with her. But when you would see her, you could pick up where you left off, like nothing had changed.
When was the last time you talked to her on the phone, text, Facebook, messages, had any communication?
Before I saw her 2 weeks ago. The last time I saw or spoke to her was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, you got an approximate date? Did y'all talk via text message or you talked to her in person?
I ran into her in the store. She was here later than she normally was.
Middle of the week, weekend?
Middle of the week, probably a Tuesday or a Wednesday. might have been longer than 2 weeks ago. I can't remember.
Have you ever been to her house?
Yes.
Been in?
Yes. No, not in. I picked her up from there and dropped her off to there.
What was the reason for you having to go there?
To take her home. She did not have a car. Sometimes Jonathan wouldn't be able to get her, so I would take her home.
Does she know how to drive, to your knowledge?
No, she does not. I believe she was starting to. I think she had like a handbook, but she hadn't signed up for any classes or anything like that. She had like the little test booklets that you can get that she was reading and going through.
Okay. What was going on in her life? Tell us what was going on in her life in the last month or so. It's the most recent that you can remember.
In the last month or so.
How did Jonathan treat her? Let's start there.
Not very nice. I know of 2 occasions where he has hit her.
How recent?
The last one I think I heard was 3 or 4 months ago.
She told you about this?
She did. I saw the bruises when she came into work.
Where were the bruises?
On her face. They were in the car, driving down 494, which is kind of like a dark 2-lane road. Not a lot of light, not a lot of cars. And he was inebriated on something. I'm not sure if it was drugs or alcohol. And he was speeding with their child in the back seat, yelling at her. And he had a cast on his arm, and he backhanded her with the cast while driving.
And how long did you say that was?
I think the one with the cast was 5 or 6 months ago. Maybe 7 months.
Was the relationship good? I mean, were they on good terms? Are they married? Are they divorced? What's the deal with it?
I'm not sure if they were legally separated or not, but I know that she wanted to be. But I'm not for sure
Did
if
they
she
sleep
actually
in the
went
same
through.
bed?
That I'm not sure about when they moved it back into the grandparents' house. I'm not sure how the setup was there.
But they were
In the same house.
together but apart.
Yes.
Did she have any other boyfriends, men, females? What was she interested in? Anybody? I mean, particular gender? And she seek other?
Men.
Strictly men?
Yes. That I know of. I know of 3 people.
Okay.
I believe there was a man she met in Louisiana once.
Why do you believe that?
I know that. I know that they met here. He drove them out there. They stayed. I don't think that it was a physical relationship from what I remember her telling me. It's just they went out together to go to New Orleans because
White, black, Asian, Hispanic?
I don't know what any of them look like.
What he drove?
Don't know when he drove.
You know his name?
I don't know his name. That's not much information.
So what part of Louisiana is from?
I think he's from here, but I know they went to Louisiana. And then there were 2 men that she met online. I want to say that one was from Oklahoma, and then the other one was either New York or New Jersey. But I believe that she had stopped contacting the Oklahoma one and was just talking to the New Jersey, New York one right now.
Do you know if she ever physically met either of them or had any kind of relationship besides just talking?
She was making plans to meet the New York one or New Jersey one. I'm not for sure on that. She wasn't very open with names with me and stuff like that.
Did she have do you have a contact number for her?
Her phone number? Yeah.
Yes, can you give it to us?
Liz's?
Yes.
Yes. 832.
And that's the number we have, but we're just trying to see if, understandably, it got cut off, and we was trying to see if she gave you a new number.
Oh, no.
Whenever she talked about meeting, did she ever send you a picture of any of these guys? No? Are you friends with her on social media?
Yes.
Did she ever show you a picture?
No, because I think Jonathan could see her Facebook, so she didn't want to put it on there.
Jonathan has Facebook?
I believe so. But I'm not sure. I've never actually looked for his Facebook.
Can you search it? You mind if I ask you questions while you look?
No, it's fine.
Did you guys ever go out and spend any social time together?
Yes.
Was she curious? Flirtatious?
To me?
No. No, to men.
Yes.
And she was out there actively seeking.
Yes.
Did you feel like she would gravitate towards anybody that would show her, she would gravitate towards anybody that would show her affection, or had a particular type she liked?
They were usually white, scruffy, kind of tall and lanky. Because there was a bartender at Fridays that her and him had a kind of flirting, texting, hanging out, drinking relationship.
You know his name?
Not off the top of my head, but if I were to see it, I would know. And then there was an older guy, like 40-something-year-old guy, that she broke up with. Not that broke up with yet.
How long ago?
A couple months ago.
You know anything about him?
I just know that he was an older man. I believe he was white, but I'm not positive on that one. She never showed me pictures or told me their names if I never met them.
Excuse me? Oh. Hello?
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing an interview right now. Aubrey's fine. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Several months ago, y'all made a trip to New Orleans.
Last March.
Like, is in a month ago or a year?
I believe it was last year.
Who all went?
Me, Liz, and my friend Ashley.
What's Ashley's last name?
Colbert.
And how long were y'all there?
4 days.
What all did y'all do while y'all were there?
We walked, they drank, I don't drink. We went to the Myrtles Plantation. We walked Bourbon Street. We took the vampire tour, the ghost tour. We stayed at the it'll come to me. Something Crescent Hotel. Something in Crescent Hotel. It was not directly in. It was like 5 streets away from Bourbon Street up.
Did y'all stay together the whole time?
Yep.
Liz didn't meet anybody?
Nope.
Go in, hook up with anybody?
Nope. She never left. She tried, but I didn't let her.
She exchanged pleasantries, numbers?
No, she wanted to go walk around by herself.
Well, that's what you mean.
Yeah, she wanted to walk around at 3 in the morning by herself. She was very into like vampires and supernatural things, so she wanted to walk around and see if she could feel anything, which I didn't let her do because it was 3 in the morning.
She ever lived in New Orleans, your knowledge, or is she originally from New Orleans? Or?
I believe she's from here or somewhere near here, but she lived there, found out she was pregnant, and moved back here, from what I understand.
You know how she met Jonathan?
I think they went to high school together. Or at least grew up in the same area.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Me? No.
Had one?
Not in like 4 years.
You know anybody that she'd been having a disagreement with?
Besides Jonathan, no.
What did she tell you about the relationship?
That it was not a happy one.
Did she still consider herself in a relationship with him? Or
I-
are they
no.
just more roommate type?
More like roommates. He is not on her Facebook. Jonathan.
Did they share a room at the house, do you know?
I don't know. I really don't know about that. I know that for a while he had stopped doing drugs. I believe it was weed or cannabis, I'm not sure. But he had recently just started doing it again and then had been getting more violent while doing that. Like yelling and arguing.
How do you know that?
She told me.
Did she use any drugs to your knowledge?
I think she used weed recreationally. And that was the only one that I know about.
What about her drink? Was it just
She-
social or a problem?
I don't think it was a problem, but she liked to drink. She would go to Fridays every Sunday and drink Long Island iced teas. 2 or 3 of them. But that was usually the only time that she drank, unless she had some at home.
When she wasn't here,
Mhm.
do you know what she did with her time?
Video games?
Do you play video games?
I don't. I don't have an online account to play with her.
Have you ever played online with her? Or
Never.
you just went into that?
I've played at her house with her.
The house she's in now?
She whacked when she was in the trailer.
You know what games she liked to play?
Skyrim, Fallout. First-person shooters are mainly what she tend to go for, but also kind of like how would you word that? Like fantasy games, like different worlds of dragons and stuff like that.
How did the older guy she broke up with a couple months ago, she never made mention of where he stayed,
Mm-mm.
what he drove, what kind of work he did. Yeah,
Yours with Jonathan drives?
not yet.
It's a red SUV.
Certain on that?
Yes,
Where you seen it before?
here, waiting in the parking lot to pick her up at night.
Anything else he ever drove?
That's the only thing that I've ever seen. I'm trying to think of what it looks like. Yeah, I can't tell you what like make or model it is off the top of my head.
And her children, did she love her children?
Yes, very much.
Would she leave them alone?
No.
So she
Unless
wasn't like,
she was with like the grandparents or something, but she would never leave the child alone by itself.
would she pack up, leave the kids in a room and run away?
Never.
Even if the grandmother was there?
If the she would go on trips, but she would never go away and never come back.
But she would like tell the grandmother,
Yes.
hey, I'm rolling out.
Yes.
She wouldn't just like roll out and say,
No.
Grandma's here, she'll check on.
Did she make any mention to you recently or any time that she was planning on leaving Jonathan? Had any plans on moving anywhere with anybody?
She very much wanted to leave Jonathan. She felt very stuck with no driver's license, no family of her own. I think I can't remember if her father is just out of her life or if he's dead, but I know that she has no contact with him and everyone else on her side has passed. So it's the only people that she has to rely on are Jonathan and his family.
Mhm.
She has no driver's license, no car, no way to get away from him. I know that she wanted to take Autumn, the youngest child, and move back to New Orleans within a year's time, I believe, without Jonathan or Rowan, the older child.
Any idea on why she didn't want to take the older child?
I believe it's she wouldn't be financially stable to take care of both, but she know that they would take care of Rowan. I never understood why she picked one child and not the other child.
Mhm.
She never really elaborated on why Autumn and not Rowan.
More recently, did she say she had any plans of going to Louisiana for a trip, or any reason you can think of why she might have been in Louisiana?
Never mentioned it. There was no reason for her to go there.
You ever email her, or do you know if she had email?
I don't know. I've never tried to email her. I usually stick with texting or call. Or Facebook.
No suicidal thoughts, no thoughts of just being alone. You ever met up with any, what was the plans to meet up with one of the guys from Oklahoma or New York or New Jersey, wherever they're from?
I don't know the plans on that. I just know that she was planning to. I didn't see her enough for her to give me more information.
Right.
What did you got her phone number? Did you get your phone number?
Yes.
Yeah, you wrote it down.
Yeah, I have it. You friends with her on Facebook?
This?
Yeah.
Yes.
Anybody's talking about anything right now?
They're just posting like condolences and stuff.
It was 7587 the last 4 years.
Yes.
Did you get a
I did,
message?
yes.
Okay.
You called really late. I
That
didn't
was
know.
my major. We were trying to identify and found out any family members and next of kin to
Mhm.
notify at the time, because we had just got her identity a few hours before,
Mhm.
and basically found her Facebook and found y'all had some pictures together and
Mhm.
tagged and
Yes.
commented,
Feel free.
and y'all had some interaction on Facebook,
Yes.
and we managed to find your number. That's why we tried to call you.
Well, it was so late that I was just like, well, who's this? You know, I don't know anyone in Louisiana. I think I blocked it.
Okay.
And then last night going home, I was like, Louisiana, Louisiana. So I unblocked it, and then I saw the voicemail when I was waiting to come in
So when
here.
you blocked it, it didn't let you see the voicemail.
Didn't pop up, yes.
Okay, I was just curious to
Why
you know,
I didn't.
why the phone call was never returned, but that does definitely explain. I understand it was 11, 12 o'clock at
Mhm.
night, and there was 2 or 3 phone calls from it,
Mhm.
pretty much back to back.
Mhm.
And you tried to return it one time, didn't you?
Yes. I was with a friend and I was trying to look up where it was from. And I was like, oh, because I hit the call button. Should have made a call.
Well, and we didn't answer it because we think we were on the phone with Shannon at the time. We managed to get and was talking to her and didn't want to hang up on you to answer it. And then as soon as we got on the phone with her, we tried to call you back and you didn't answer. That's when he left.
Sorry.
And that was just something, we found suspicious and we was curious, but it makes sense now. I understand. Unfortunately, we'll have the luxury of blocking and denying calls at 2 o'clock.
I've been getting a lot of like, what are they called? Like,
Solicitation.
yes,
for-
I had 3 before I got the first call from you within the next 2 days, which was annoying.
I totally understand. I totally understand.
What language do you have this in?
Korean. I'm learning Korean.
So you can read.
I can. My best friend is Korean, and we went to Korea.
Don't they have a place you can do check-ins? Her check-in, where she checked in?
I think so. I don't know how to do them. I don't use it.
Would you mind?
Do you want me to
If
change
you
the
check-
language?
No.
Okay.
I mean, there's sometimes you can see where somebody checks in. I thought it was under more.
It's different on a phone than it is. The last one was the 24th of TGI Fridays.
Mm.
New Orleans, May 20th at 15. That'd have been when you went, possibly?
We
You
might have
said
gone
that,
2
Morris.
years ago. I think she went again with what's her name? Brittany. She's a best friend from high school.
Would have been a Bell, would it? Melissa Bell, maybe?
Maybe. She's kind of Hispanic.
Yeah.
Very pale Hispanic. Yes, okay. So then I think her and I went in 2014. And the next year she went with Melissa.
So everybody was talking about it on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
See, unfortunately, has us blocked. She has it private.
I mean, feel free.
What is that?
Oklahoma.
That's it.
I didn't even know it was on there.
All the reason I know because he reached out to us this morning
okay.
and told me his name, and going through, I just saw he left a comment on our page.
Okay.
Just looking at our comments, and that's the only reason I know who it is.
Okay.
I talked to him this morning on our drive in,
Okay.
and the name stuck out when I saw it. Yeah,
The only mutual friend y'all have.
Who? Him?
Yeah.
she's the only mutual friend we have.
Oh.
That's the only mutual.
Okay.
I mean, would this be one of her types?
He had seen him.
Yes. Long hair, scraggly, bearded. Maybe not as lanky as she usually likes, but.
Anything else? All right. Well, we appreciate it. We're going to conclude this at 11:51.
Okay.
Okay. The reason we asked you to take the opportunity to talk with us today is because we're investigating the homicide of a Miss Elizabeth Farrell. Am I pronouncing it right?
Correct.
You know that lady?
I know of her as an associate here. We've spoken.
You can tell us a little bit about her, what you know about her, anything. And understand, Mr. Matt, and you know, you may not want to, if you do, and this is just with anybody, you may not want to feel like you're tarnishing a person by speaking of any skeletons or any dirty laundry, so to speak. But it's important that we understand this person from any way you observed them or had any dealings with them.
Absolutely. Like I said, it's pretty much a limited conversations, more when I'm visiting the stores. Is one of the multiple stores that I have. So it's more of a casual, how you doing type situation. As far as any personal conversations, not related to work, I really didn't have any with her. As far as an employee, she's always, from the feedback that I've gotten, has been a good employee. She got offered full time. They did think highly of her. We have a situation where there's what they call suggestive sales, where they'll pick an item and really push it. And a couple of years ago, it was Dyson's. There was a contest in Dyson, and she won the Dyson contest. She sold more than anybody in this region based out of the store. The store did really well, so she was really, really active as far as that piece of it. And like I said, any personal conversations I had with her about her personal life, I haven't had any. Now I can kind of tell you what hearsay I've heard
Right.
with the associates is, and that's just general conversation, overhearing it, is that it's my understanding that the relationship that she was in, she had talked about it being abusive, that she wanted or was attempting to get out of the relationship, but financially she couldn't do it. She didn't know how to drive. Apparently she still lived with again, I'm a little confused if it's boyfriend, husband. At one point, I heard something to the effect of she wanted to get a divorce, but they couldn't afford it. And apparently still living with him, with her 2 daughters, and I believe it's his grandmother that she lives with. At one point, there was comments that I overheard, again from associates, about she had always said that the fact that she called New Orleans home, or she was from somewhere right outside of New Orleans. There wasn't any family that anyone knew about around here. She had made comments, I guess, to people that she didn't have any family, but there was talk of one aunt possibly somewhere in Texas, but as far as contacts and stuff like that, no one really knew that much about that. I had heard that I guess some of the associates, and I don't remember what days I'd heard, maybe on Thursdays or Fridays, that they would go to some local bar, be it Fridays, restaurant type bar, and that there was I believe it was a bartender was someone that told me that that she liked or got along with, or something to that effect. I don't know a lot of details about that.
Do you know if it was a male or female?
To my understanding, it was a male.
You don't have no name, do you?
No, I haven't. I think possibly some of the other associates here who went with her to that
Well, no. Okay.
would know who it is, and I think it's Fridays just right down in the parking lot here, is my understanding.
Yes, sir. Just to touch back on the hearsay about a relationship being abusive, did you ever have the occasion to see any physical evidence of that?
I haven't seen any. I visit the store. It is obviously in Houston where I'm based out of, so sometimes I'll be here a couple times a week. So other times it'll be a month before I even come to the store. So it's really depending on what's going on as far as my workload related to this store. But I personally can't remember seeing anything. There had been conversations again from associates saying that she'd come in with bruises. I don't know how long ago it was or what the whole conversation was at that point. Or situation, but I personally haven't seen it. She's never mentioned. Obviously, it's more of a professional conversations that we've had.
Especially in your position, yes.
So it's
You
not.
don't spend a whole lot of time on the floor with them, bumping shoulders.
Yeah, it's mostly when I'm on the floor. It's mostly with the associates. More of a professional, kiss the baby, shakes the hand type thing. A pleasant conversation and all that.
Legally, what can you release to us as far as how she's paid at this point?
At this point, and that's what I was going to ask you about the search warrant email. I checked today. I haven't received it yet. I'll
Okay.
check
As soon as
again.
we get done with this, I will check it.
Right.
We'll verify.
As far as that, as soon as I get that and satisfy that part of it, there typically, unless it's changed, but what we'll have is a copy of a check to do direct deposit to sign it up. They do a form, and they usually give a copy of a canceled check.
Yeah.
So we'll have to check.
You have a financial institution?
and all that.
Okay.
So-
So you can verify that she's receiving her payment direct deposit.
I can verify that it was direct deposit for her.
Appreciate it.
And
Is she
I don't
ever-
know if you wanted to know about the insurance.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. Let's go ahead and do it while we're on it. Let's talk about insurance because I was gonna ask you. One of my things I was gonna ask you is if the corporation offered any type of counseling. Did she ever seek any counseling or anything like that about the abusive part?
Actually, Amy Johnson, which is the district HR person, she recently took over the store, but she's here today, obviously for the grief counseling for the associates, obviously.
Grief counseling.
Or give direction of people that can offer grief counseling.
Yes, sir.
But we brought our HR department in on Sunday once we got confirmation to help the associates. She would probably be better answer that as far as I'm understanding about that.
Yes, sir.
In my conversations with our HR department, there was nothing, any reach out by Liz to the HR department or anything like
Now,
that.
you mentioned insurance. Were you referring to life insurance or
benefits from the company?
She does, as a full-time, I can tell you she did have a life insurance policy. Again, part of the warrant, if I can get that, I can release who the beneficiary was and that amount. I can release that to you.
Yeah, I think that verbiage was inputted into a warrant, and we're going to check on why you hadn't received it yet. What's the hold up in Cyberland?
Because I think it's been approved by the judge, if I'm not mistaken, but we will check on that.
Yeah. If it, it is kind of odd, then obviously our corporate email, sometimes some things go into a spam file, and I just want to make sure I haven't had that problem up until this point with the emails from y'all, but you never know.
Well, I don't know if it was you or Mr. Bill that had mentioned something about she had recently taken some days off of work. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, in my conversation when I was talking to Major Albert. Avery, I'm sorry. On Saturday, when I initially started speaking with him, the information that I got in speaking with Bill and store manager and some other people is apparently she had some type of rash on her hand, which is my understanding, according to the information I got, she had worked the Sunday prior, than whatever last Sunday was. Let's see.
I'm so tired of them days.
Yeah.
Found on the 23rd.
So it was the
16th.
16th, April 16th.
I'm sorry, that's a Saturday.
That's a Saturday.
Saturday.
Oh, 17th is a Sunday.
Sunday, yeah.
I'm sorry, I was looking wrong.
So she worked that Sunday?
It's my understanding that was her last day where she clocked in. She worked a full shift. We obviously had some rain in Houston Sunday night and Monday. So there was a lot of flooding. We actually closed their stores down, including this one Monday at 1 p.m. Because of the flooding issues. From what I understand, that Tuesday she had come in and work. Apparently she had went to the doctor about the rash on her hand. The information I got is that she mentioned that it was contagious, and she...
Tuesday would have been the 19th?
Yeah, April 19th.
Okay.
Correct.
So she came in the store on the 19th?
Correct. And basically explained that she had been to the doctor and told them what was causing some type of rash, apparently it was somewhat contagious, and that they had prescribed some medication. I believe they said it was, she mentioned it was like $60 to get the medication. She didn't have that money. And that she was going to, I think the comment was, go to the grandmother that she lived with, or I guess her husband or boyfriend's grandmother, and see if she would be able to give her the money for the rash to get the medication. And that she was going to take care of that. And she was going to be, obviously take off or be off the next couple of days. According, and Brad, and we'll clarify the schedule and stuff like that, but it was my understanding then that Friday she was scheduled to work. And she was a no-call, no-show. And they assumed, and apparently there was a conversation up here with some of the associates, and Brad, the store manager, I guess they kind of defaulted to, well, maybe we misunderstood what she said. Maybe she was going to take off, today or whatever because of this rash, because it was contagious, apparently. And then Saturday, she was scheduled, and it was a no-call, no-show. And again, they just defaulted to maybe it's just our miscommunication. She was going to take off to get this healed or whatever. So that is the timeline that I had heard about.
Yes, sir. Could you provide us with, if you could put it on DVD, or you have a tech guy, the last time she walked into this store?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the 19th. And maybe, do you need a warrant for her time card?
No, actually, I think with that piece of it, if you just, you can write on a back card that you're requesting or something like that, and I can
Yes, sir.
release that.
Just a time
If
card
you
from
want something
home.
more,
Oh, well,
we can get it emailed to you.
Oh,
too.
oh, okay. As far as her time sheets and stuff like that,
Just have,
Yeah.
She uses a
Well,
time card to punch
she
in?
doesn't use a time card. With the system is set up is they actually clock in on the system, so there's not really a time card, but they log in as far as in the system, log out. Yeah, I mean, if you want to request that piece of it, then I can. That shouldn't, wouldn't be a problem. What it would do is show actual times that you worked.
I'd like to request that, and if we need to send you email or whatever, we can get that sent for you.
Yeah.
That as well as the last week, what her schedule was supposed to be.
Correct. I can do that.
Yes, sir.
That would be no problem.
All right. Anything else?
That's it.
I think that's good, Mr. Matt.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you
We're
very much.
concluded at 9:31.
I like.
Okay. Liz actually was probably one of my best friends here. I used to have to, she moved multiple times within the 8 months, my first 8 months with Bed Bath & Beyond. And I would go and pick her up and then bring her to work. Because her ride, which most of the time was her husband Jonathan, was not always willing to bring her. And then some days I would take her home. But I know of three different places I had to take her to. But she was always happy, even if something was bugging her, like we'd talk about it, but she didn't really let it get to her too much. She loved being here, even on a bad day, because it was better than being at home.
Yes, ma'am.
And then she, I know recently since I've been back, she does her Sunday fun days at Fridays after her shift. That's kind of her chance to just hang out with herself. I've only gone once with her. But our coworker Jim would go, I don't know his last name, but he would go more often with her on those days. And she had a regular bartender there that would always make her just special drinks, whatever.
Who was that bartender identified as?
I'm not sure of his name. I know he works this Sunday evening shift.
Was it a guy?
It's a guy.
White?
White. Probably anywhere between 5'10", 6 foot.
Yes, ma'am. Are you friends with
short
Liz
hair.
on social media?
Yes.
Do you have any other passwords to any of her accounts?
No,
No. Do you play video games?
I don't. I know she would post about her video games, but other than that, that's all I knew of what she would actually post on Facebook.
Have you ever emailed her? Do you know her email?
I haven't. I just have her phone number.
Yes, ma'am. Do you know it by heart?
No, but my phone's in the next room.
That's good. As far as Liz's home life, and just other than her drinking socially like that, Sunday fun day, any drug use or anything like that?
Not that I know of.
Any strange, bizarre relationships?
She started talking to, I only knew of the one guy in Louisiana that she was talking to through the game that she was playing. And that's how she met him. And then he actually, I think it was like this last month, it was fairly recent, he came to visit her here. And he got a hotel. And supposedly, I don't know who she gave the details to, but we were like, you got to tell somebody where you're at, because like this is a stranger. I believe it was Catherine. Catherine just found out today when I walked in that Liz is gone. But Catherine has a not exactly steady relationship as well, so they really bonded about that. But other than she was talking to this guy, he wanted to have her come and live with him in Louisiana, and she was planning on going to visit him. She loved going to Louisiana.
Does she know what part or his name or any information on him?
I don't. I even looked through my phone last night to see if she texted me what it was.
Smart.
She probably told me, but I haven't seen her in weeks. Because either I was sick
where she didn't come to work on Tuesday, and Tuesdays were lately are the only days I've been working.
This was going to be the next one. When was the last time you physically saw her? Do you remember the day or date?
Kim actually might be able to tell you. I don't remember exact, but it was the last day that we both worked together.
When was the last time you talked to her?
It would have been at that time as well.
You hadn't texted her or called
Mm-mm.
or Facebooked her since then?
No. We were planning to go shopping so she could get new clothes for work because she spilled bleach on her nice black work pants. So I was planning on talking to her today about it, so I didn't think to even text her.
Right. That's how when Liz would get to work, I might have missed it in the mix of answering something. Well, how did she get to work if you wasn't by an employee?
I believe her husband, Jonathan.
Okay. What do you know about her husband?
She was scared of him.
Why?
I'm not really sure why. I just remember like when she was wanting to leave him and she was trying to keep it under the table because she was wanting to leave him and take the girls with her. But she doesn't have a driver's license. She doesn't know how to drive. So she was stuck.
Yes, ma'am.
And we tried to see if we could help her, because I even talked to my mom about letting her stay with us, but then she has the girls.
So she lives with her husband?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they stay in the same bed?
I don't know about that.
Anybody else live in the house besides the girls?
The grandmother. They live with one of his grandmothers.
Okay.
And then it used to be 2, but I think it's just 1 now. It could be both still. But when I was with her, when I was taking her to work, like when they got their newer trailer, she showed me, she wanted me to see everything. They were still sleeping in the same bed, but that was years ago. So I didn't think things were too bad then. I know she wasn't crazy about them, but I didn't know, like I didn't get the same feeling then that I do now about how like she was scared. I didn't think she was necessarily scared that he would hurt her. At least I didn't get that. She never like said that to me, but I know she was scared of losing the girls because she really wanted to leave him and take them with her.
Does he love the girls that you know of?
As far as I know, yeah. I mean, like there was nothing that seemed like he wasn't like an active father. He just wasn't.
Do you have a job?
I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure about that one. But I know that she had to rely on him just to even come to work, or it was me.
What kind of vehicle would he transport her to work in?
I wouldn't know the exact make and model, but it was, I'm pretty sure, just a 4 doors.
Caller?
Four-door.
Car?
I'm not sure. Yeah, a car.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long time since I've seen, because usually when she's leaving or coming, well, I'm usually not here when she comes, and the shift that I still have with her, I'm busy with customers when she's leaving.
Yes, ma'am.
So I've seen her been picked up in a long time.
And what other stuff did she say about her husband, or Jonathan, as you know him?
She was just all, like, what she just always told me is that she was just ready to leave. She was sick and tired of whatever was going on. She wasn't fully open about what was going on. I feel like different girls know different pieces.
Yes, ma'am.
And so...
And don't reach, because if you don't know, you don't know. And it's okay
Right.
to say, I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like she just, especially with not all of us always being here, she confided in different people at different times.
You ever met Jonathan?
Probably once, but it was probably a while ago, or maybe if he walked in the door. I wouldn't be able to recognize him though.
So her wanting to leave the relationship, was it an open relationship? Like, okay, I'm out doing my thing until I can leave, or she would be
not that I knew of, because she wanted to keep the guys that she met through the game a secret. And so she didn't really talk too much about it. She had talked to me about it, the guy that's in Louisiana. And then she, I don't even know where I was going.
You was talking about how you ever met him and then was the relationship open?
Oh yeah,
And you said that.
yeah, I don't think it was necessarily an open relationship because she was more scared of him finding out.
So he was still holding on and she was trying to let go?
I think so.
Am I saying that correctly? Don't let me put words.
I mean, I don't know if he was necessarily holding on, but I think she was at the point where she didn't have anywhere else to go, so she felt stuck.
Do you know if they were still intimate with each other?
They weren't.
Certain?
Certain. I did know that because when the guy from Louisiana, she mentioned that it was gonna be the first time in a long time that anything possible would have been happening.
Yes, ma'am.
So I know for sure she wasn't intimate with Jonathan. I don't know for how long.
Sounded a big guy.
I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
You said you really didn't see
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to recognize him whatsoever.
Did she ever make mention of what kind of work he does?
Mm-mm. No, I think he was between jobs
Yes, ma'am.
often, but I never really knew what he was doing. I think they relied a lot on her being here because she was here for so long. Because this is the only job I've known that she's had. She was looking to make extra money, but I don't know if she found another way. Because I'm also an Herbalife distributor. So I told her, I was like, if you're interested, because she was having problems with food and everything, I was like, well, you can buy this stuff at a discount. And then if you sell the product, you make the profit. Like, you can automatically make 25% profit. Mm-hmm. So it could also pay for your food. If it's just sold a couple programs, you would be able to pay for something at least healthy for her. And so gave her that option. She was really interested, but she never really had the money. But I know she was very interested in finding a way to make extra money. I just don't know if she ever found a way.
Was she curious? Was she out there? Was she putting herself out there to meet a guy, to be intimate with? Or was she just,
I would say probably yes. Because the way that she would talk about the guy from Louisiana, that like she was so excited that he was coming and he was getting a hotel. That way because she was like, I want him nowhere near Jonathan. I don't want Jonathan to find out. So she would just go to the hotel. And I don't remember if she met him there or he picked her up. I'm not sure. I wish I knew what hotel it was too. But I would probably say that she was looking for something. And I don't necessarily know if it had anything to do with him being a father figure or not, or is it more just for her intimate needs?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I don't really know on that, but I would definitely say she was open to looking, but she just liked to keep it quiet.
Yeah, she didn't know what color cars, right? The 4-door car, that's about it. The guy in Louisiana, hotel, scared of her husband. You ever known him to be abusive to her?
No, earlier today, Katie mentioned that he hit her.
Your first-hand knowledge?
Yeah. My first-hand knowledge, no.
Right. Alright. That's it. If you got our contact information?
No.
It's not your cards, nothing? If you have anything that comes up, thought, mind, just feel free to give us a buzz.
Okay.
Oh, I pray to God you find who did this to her, because she did not deserve this
Well,
in any way, shape, or form.
we appreciate that, and we're gonna need a little bit of his help. A lot, actually. We always need a lot. The more
Yeah.
he'll give us. So can you tell us, how long have you known Liz?
Actually, I helped train her on registers when she first started with the company about 5 years ago. A little over that now, but.
Okay. But what do you know about Liz?
Well, I wasn't able to go to a lot of the things that they had going for her because at this point in time, she and I pretty much kind of did a little. She was my backup on the front end sometimes, or a lot. So whenever she had any events going on, like when she went to Louisiana once with some other friends, and baby showers and stuff like that, I wasn't able to go because I had to be here. So
Excuse me for not always looking at you in the eye, because I'll be doing a lot of writing.
I understand, but so I was always. I considered her, as far as I was concerned, she was my best friend because she's really one of the few females I really talked to about a lot of stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
I know she has 2 little girls. One just turned 1 last week. The other one I think is either 4 or 5-ish. Actually, she has to be at least 5 now. But anyway, her
And if you
husband.
have a moment, take a moment. This is no race. This is
No, it's not that.
this is a marathon.
I actually talk fast anyway, so if you need me to slow down, say something also.
Okay.
I use this word very harshly, husband.
Are they actually legally married to
They
your
are
knowledge?
still legally married, to my knowledge. He kept making sure that there was enough bills that she could never afford a divorce.
Why do you say that?
Well, she had just gotten their phones all caught up and their internet all caught up because it's all in a bundle. And anyways, for some reason, over the course of a week or so, they even had Netflix. Instead of using Netflix to watch TV shows or whatever, he did pay-per-view for things like Simpsons and I don't even know what else, but those kind of shows. He did pay-per-view and ran up a bill of over $500 in less than a month.
Yes, ma'am.
And her phone was about to be shut off. So, and she didn't have the money for it because they have to live and feed each other and feed the kids too.
So she felt that was deliberate.
She didn't feel that was deliberate. I felt it was deliberate.
Okay. How long have they been married before we get any further?
They were married before they came here, so I'm not sure exactly how long.
So over 5 years.
Yes, sir. I know before this she was working at what's the name of that place? The Cracker Barrel down the road.
A restaurant.
Mm-hmm. And she was pregnant there, so she was there before she had the baby.
That's the first one?
The first one, yes. The second one, she was working here already. I know at one point in time they actually got a travel trailer, or a trailer and property, and they were living in a property. And at one he alternates between using alcohol and synthetic marijuana. And
How do you know that?
she's told us.
Okay.
She's even found him from the synthetic marijuana on occasion. One occasion, she told me specifically, she found him on the floor, convulsing, I guess, and she stopped it. But at one point in time, he was doing some kind of a job, and he hurt his hand and had a cast on his hand, and he hit her in the face with it. She had a black eye, and it busted both lips and almost busted out 2 front teeth.
Why did he inflict that type of abuse to her?
More than likely because he was drinking and he was the one watching the kids.
How long ago?
Oh, it's been several. It was after it was before the baby, the youngest, was born. I can't give you an exact date. I actually
About
helped.
a year?
Over a year. Because the baby's just now a year, so it's probably more like 2 years. The second baby's kind of an accident. They got drunk. Those kind of things happen.
So what type of hobbies did
Liz,
Liz have?
she was a little bit into the macabre. She liked, in Louisiana, she often talked about wanting to find vampires and stuff like that. She was learning Wicca, and she was studying oils and stones and that kind of stuff.
We're gonna move around a little bit. What type of employee was she? Was she, obviously, did she treat the customers good? Was she flirty with customers? Was she prompt? Was she punctual?
She
was she
was-
late? Was she absent, tardy?
Well, she couldn't drive herself, but she was always trying to get to work on time. And she was always here. Usually she was here at least 30 minutes early. And the reason I know that is because I'm always here an hour early. But she was almost always early, but he had to drive her every time. He had to drive her and he had to pick her up every day. At the time when they were living in that trailer, he had a night job, and she worked days, he worked nights, and that was how it worked out.
He would drive her. Do you remember the vehicle?
It was a darker grayish colored small 4-door sedan. I know the last day I worked with her, which was on Monday, she was standing out here waiting for him to pick her up. And she's still worried about their phone shutting off at that point because it hadn't shut down yet.
What day was that?
Monday?
Is that the day y'all closed early due to rain?
No. Sorry. Previous Monday.
Previous Monday, so that would have been.
No, 11th?
Yeah,
No, I'm looking at July. I'm sorry, go back up. Yeah, still 11th.
Still 11, yes. Because the 18th was the day y'all closed early because of rain.
Right. Let me double check something. I can double check my dates for you because I texted her on
Melissa,
Wednesday.
if you don't mind when you have your phone out, can we get any and all contact numbers you have for her?
Well, I only have the one, but I'll be happy to show it to you.
Not show it, just tell it to
Did you
her.
have the husband's number?
No, I never had his number.
Are you friends with him on social media?
No.
Does he have social media?
To my knowledge, I know he used to. I don't know if it's still there. When I would go to her social media, there's no link to him at all on it.
Yeah. You friends with her on social media?
Yes, sir. I've texted her. I've emailed her. I've tried any way I could to contact. I mean, not emailed her. I don't have her
I
email.
was fixing to say. If you did that,
Texted
that would
her,
be
and
helpful.
I tried to contact her through social media because I know she online games, and I know if her phone went down, she can still get her Facebook messages on her online gaming. Where'd it go? Text messages is the easy way for me to find her. Come on. Yeah, it was Wednesday the night. Wednesday. Give me more information. Well, it's still saying Wednesday, so it was this past Wednesday that I
Yes,
texted her.
ma'am.
You just
So
go
that
ahead.
would have been the
That's when I texted her.
13th?
Mhm.
No, the 20th?
I texted her, "Hey, lady, are you coming into work? Call me at work." She called me here at work, and that's when she told me she wasn't going to be here she took the previous Tuesday off. She wasn't going to be there today, but she was planning on being back by Friday because she had received a compliment letter through the mail here, and she asked me to put it to hang on to it for her, so I had put it in my folder downstairs for her. I gave it back to Tim yesterday, and anyway, then I tried contacting her again because they were asking me if I knew anything that was going on, and I'm like, no. I tried contacting her through her social media, and I couldn't get any response from her at all.
Do you know why she had taken a few days off work?
She had some skin condition on her hand that was causing her hands to blister and peel, and she's been dealing with this for over a month, and she thought it started from a spider bite. But anyway, when she finally went to a doctor, the first time they gave her 2 antibiotics. They said she had a double infection. They gave her 2 antibiotics oral. She finished one before she came, and then she had finished both of them at that point, and it started getting really bad again, and it was weeping, and she would wake up with her hands being stuck to her sheets and stuff like that. So she decided to go back to the doctor this time. They gave her some kind of cream, is what they wanted her to use, but the cream was over $50, so she was still trying to scrape up the money to actually afford the medication.
Did you ask any coworkers, or did any of y'all give her any money that you know of to help?
Not to my knowledge. She didn't ask anybody for it. I mean, I told her point blank at that time I had a major building myself, and I couldn't afford to give her anything. And so I said, if I had the money, I'd be happy to give it to you. Come payday, if I can, I'll give it to you. But back then, I couldn't get a hold of her. Come payday. So
the last time you physically saw her
was the Monday prior to that Wednesday.
Would it have been the 18th, the day y'all closed early?
No, I didn't see her the day I closed early.
Okay, the Monday before, the 11th.
No, Friday before. I worked with her on Friday too. I'm sorry, I get my weeks mixed up because they all run together.
I understand. So that would have been the
Do you mind if I?
15th.
Is there anything too personal in this message between you and Liz that I
No,
can
not
go
at all.
back
Not
and
to my
look?
knowledge. No.
You mind if I?
Go right ahead.
So that would have been the 15th. Would have been the last day you worked with her.
Uh-huh.
That was the last day you physically saw her.
Yes. And she was out there waiting for her husband to pick her up. He wound up with a flat tire over here on 1960. Eventually, she had asked me to take her home, and I said that'd be fine. But before I got off work, because I got off about an hour after her, she vanished. So I texted her what happened, where did you go? And she said his grams picked her up and rescued the baby from him too, and then took her home. So I never got to take her home that day.
So the last time she returned your communications was Wednesday the 20th, that's correct?
Yes, Wednesday when I asked her if she was coming in, and I told you all that.
To your knowledge, was she in town at that time, or do you?
Yes. She wasn't planning on going anywhere because of her hands that I know of, because she usually tells me if she's planning on any trips, and she was on the schedule. So she wouldn't have been planning to go anywhere without asking for time off.
You mentioned previous trips to New Orleans with coworkers.
Yes.
What coworkers was that?
Katie, was one of them.
Katie Dunn?
Yes, and then there was, I can't think of the other one. I can show a picture of them. It's on her Facebook page actually, but
Tell me if it was Ashley, would that be correct?
I think it might have been, yes.
You don't know her last name, do you?
No, I can see if it's on her Facebook, but I don't know her last name off the top of my head. Sadly, around here we don't use last names a lot.
I understand.
I don't want to get too confused in
Can we
this, but
get
I want to listen to you.
Get her to give us that phone number, please.
Oh, sure.
Just to verify that what we have is correct.
Details. Yeah.
Should be able to, details should work.
Makes sense.
That's it.
That's it.
What do you know about their relationship besides him striking her that one time?
Well, after that happened, she actually point blank told him that basically they were over. She wasn't going to, what husbands and wives do. That she wasn't going to go there anymore with him or any of that kind of stuff.
Wasn't going to be intimate with him.
Mhm. Although they did have that one incident where they created Autumn. But no, she wasn't going to be intimate with him anymore. Actually, she had been meeting a few people on her online gaming. There was one from Oklahoma, one from Louisiana, and the most recent one was actually up in New Jersey. She pretty much met the one from Oklahoma here in Houston, Humble. He didn't go to her house. They were at a hotel. I don't know which one or any of that kind of stuff. And then the one from New Jersey, she'd been talking on the phone a lot with him regularly. And at one point, he actually, I don't know how he sent it to her without her husband finding out about it. He actually sent her a Michael Kors watch. She got it adjusted in size at a jewelry repair place in the mall. I'm the one that told her to take it there. And
That was the one from Jersey?
yes. And that particular watch, when I looked it up, was close to $400 in value.
Right. Have you ever seen any pictures of any of these people?
No.
What about the Louisiana meet? Any idea?
I don't know who she met in Louisiana. No. As far as I know, she never met the guy in Louisiana. I don't know. The only one I know, she was just talking to him at this point.
Did she ever mention a name or a screen name?
There was one screen name she mentioned, but it was the New Jersey. I think it was the New Jersey guy. She ran with him a lot on the game. I just can't think of his name because it was one of those weird names. You just kind of dismiss it as a screen name. You don't really put it in your memory, kind of thing.
Do you play?
No, I do not. The only games I play are individual games on my phone. I don't have and I have a Wii at home that I use for working out. That's about it. I don't go online to games, that kind of stuff.
How long has she been talking to Oklahoma?
Oklahoma, she talked with him for a few months prior to him coming down, and then they both wound up being sick the 4 days that she had off to meet him. So they were only together for like Monday, and then she sent him home because he had to go back to school.
Mm-hmm.
I know he was in school. And I know
When did that start? About how long ago?
I don't have an exact date, but I'd probably say
Approximately.
let's see, probably January, maybe late December. And then the New Jersey one recently came around probably late January, early February.
What about Louisiana?
I don't really remember anything about him. She didn't talk to him about him too much. I just know there was a person in Louisiana, but she seemed to have cut that one off really quick.
I bumped it.
Yeah, here,
Everybody was hearing me?
just couldn't make it out, but just
Let's go.
The whole store can hear you.
Yeah, that goes everywhere. Sorry, I use laughter to kind of.
It's understand. It's unintended. What was Liz using any drugs or alcohol? I mean, other than social?
She had what she called her Sunday fun days. Every day on Sunday after she got off work, she would go over to this TGI Fridays and have a few drinks. Occasionally, some coworkers would join her. Actually, more recently, it had been more and more coworkers were joining her.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was one particular guy over there that she got her. There's two particular bartenders that she would go to over there. One of them was a guy named Ronnie, who I know she did kind of flirt with. I was never present for it, but she always talked about him. But he's got a steady girlfriend, so he wasn't going to mess that up. And the other one was a girl, and I can't remember her name at all. Other than that, I don't know if she ever really drank it. You know, she's told me she's drank at home with him.
Who, as far as friends, who was she friends with? I mean, you know yourself. Any other associates here, or anybody else outside of here you're aware of?
Outside of here, she did have some friends outside of here. She didn't really talk about them that much with me. Like I said, I considered her, as far as for me, she was the closest thing I had to a female best friend. So, so we talked a lot because I'm not what you would call a Wicca, but I am into the essential oils and the benefits that they can give. So she would often talk to me about essential oils and that kind of stuff, and I actually gave her some, and you know, when she needed them and that kind of thing. So when she didn't have it and I did, I'd give her a little vial of it and that kind of stuff. But she there's two girls that she was friends with that don't work here. One of them, she was supposed to be in the wedding, but she wound up not being in the wedding because they ordered her dress too small, and she had just had the baby, and so she couldn't fit into the dress, and so she wound up basically standing at the wedding, for lack of a better phrase. And then they moved away to another state. The girl that she was supposed to be in the wedding and her husband moved to another state. I don't even know where they are anymore. The girl used to work here too. But
Do you know her name?
No, I don't. I cannot remember her name to save my life. I am horrible with names. Faces I can remember in a heartbeat. Names are another
What
subject.
about the other friend outside of work?
Outside of work, mainly I only saw them on social when they were communicating on social media, so I didn't really.
She didn't give you her passwords on social media, did
No,
she?
she never gave me any passwords or even her combination to her locker. Her locker's still downstairs locked, by the way.
Yes, ma'am. She ever tell you any deep dark secrets about the Oklahoma guy?
She never talked to me about him at all.
She ever say anything about being intimate with him?
Not with him. The only one I know of that she was ever intimate with was the Oklahoma guy. Yeah, him was the only one she met here in Humble or here, wherever.
Mm-hmm.
And she did say they had one that Monday that they were together. It was a wonderful day, and yes, she was intimate with him because she was feeling much relief after that.
Yes. Do you know if her husband ever found out about that, to your knowledge?
I know he found out about one that happened here with an ex-coworker here in the store. Beyond that, I don't know if he ever found out about any of the other ones.
Who was the ex-coworker?
His name was Cody. He left here. He's a firefighter. I don't know where he's at anymore. He came by the store a couple of years ago just to say hi, and he hasn't come back by since then. So I don't know anything else about where he's at or anything like that.
So
I might have his number. I don't know. We exchange numbers around here a bit just to keep in contact with.
No
somebody
judgment.
doesn't show up for work, you want to call them and let them
No
know?
judgment.
You need somebody to cover for you? I understand.
That's his number. I don't know if it's still active or not. I haven't called him in forever. Actually, I don't have anybody I can call to cover my position except for Liz. So.
As far as employees here, who was she close with?
She was close with quite a few of us. She talked with Lynn a great deal because Lynn kind of gave her a little bit of some motherly advice in many ways as well. She works in draperies now. She talked with Heather a lot. She talked with me a great deal. She helped me out more than anybody could ever imagine up here on the front end. Let's see, who else? I can't think of their names. Katie, and then there's two other girls here that are actually here. Lori, and there's the other girls scheduled for front end right now. Daniela is one of them that she did talk to, although Daniela wasn't fond of her. She just didn't like the way she handled the front end. Otherwise, she had no problems with her, but she just didn't like the way she ran the front end. So Daniela was always glad when it was me running the front end instead of her. But there was no anger there or anything. Just she liked it because I made sure everybody gets their breaks in time. I make sure everybody gets what they're supposed to have. And Liz wasn't quite there yet. She hadn't had the experience I had. I've already had over 10 years of experience before I came back up to the front end. So I have a little better clue what's going on, how to work that in some ways.
Any problems with a co-worker's ex-husband? Supposedly I had.
Or boyfriend?
Not the only person that I know other than her husband that she had any trouble with was Catherine. That's the other girl I was thinking of. The other girl I talked to. Catherine's now ex-boyfriend was very demanding of Catherine. Didn't like her to go anywhere else without telling him, or he didn't work. His name was Tom also. He didn't have a job at this time. He had a little girl, and he was even using his little girl to try and keep Catherine with him. And at one point in time, she wanted to go over with Liz to have a drink at TGI Friday, so she actually left her phone here to make sure that he couldn't track her phone, and went over there to have a drink. And he still showed up. He still found her somehow. And
How'd that fall down on Liz's neck?
well, because Liz was the one that encouraged her to.
So how did he get irate about it or something?
No, it wasn't on social media or anything. He just somehow Liz and Catherine were there at TGI's bar having a drink together, and he just showed up because Catherine's car was over there. Because Catherine and Liz just took the car over there.
So no real beef with Liz over
No.
that.
Well, he just didn't want Catherine to do anything other than with him outside of work. He would even call up here at work 2 or 3 times a day just to make sure she was actually here.
Yeah.
No actual beef with him other than that I know of.
You have Johnny's number?
Which Johnny?
Jonathan.
Oh, her Johnny. I'm sorry. I have 3 Johnnies in the store, so no, I did not have his
the
number.
husband, whoever he is.
Yeah, Jonathan. No, I did. That's why when you said Johnny, I'm thinking Johnny Gaskell or Johnny, my other floor manager, Johnny. Sorry. No, I do not have his number. She never gave me his number.
So if,
Personally, I didn't want anything to do with the expletive. Sorry, I try not to cuss, so I just use that word instead.
so in the last few days prior to us finding her, she had notified you that she had a new phone number or anything?
No,
like
she
that?
hadn't notified me of that at all. Last time I talked to her, she was still worried that her phone and her internet were about to be shut off. And so, because like I said, he ran up that bill so high, she had no means of actually paying it off, even if it would have taken her whole full paycheck plus to actually pay it off.
If you had to speculate how and why she ended up in the condition she's in Louisiana, what would be your speculation?
My speculation is it would be him.
Who?
Her husband.
John.
He's been abusive before, and I know the statistics as far as if you've been abusive once, it's very easy for that to escalate even further. I know Jonathan, his grandmother, and the youngest baby were here in the store yesterday. They came in and spoke with me and asked to speak to my store manager or Tim.
What would be, he would go to the extreme to drive her to Louisiana?
Over 4 hours away.
Well, considering that's where her heart always wanted to be, he's a sick enough puppy, he could have done that, yes. And also to throw it off of him.
What's his employment background? What's his trade?
I do not know his trade. I know and I know he had a really good paying job. I think it was something with machinery. I'm not 100% sure. But he did something with machinery for a while. That's when they had the property. And then I guess when he hurt his hand, he lost the job. And after that, he's claimed he's had jobs. He's claimed he had training. She had to miss a day of work so he could have his training for his current job that he had. Problem is his current job, Liz had to be off at 4 so that he could come by, pick her up, drop her off at home, and get to his job by 5. Problem is for the past couple of weeks that he supposedly had this job, he was getting later and later picking her up. So there was no way he would actually get to his job on time if he even still had it.
Did they have an open relationship? Like it was okay if she met other men, and it was okay that she.
Well, as far as she was concerned, the marriage was over.
What about him?
I think he wanted to hang on to her. I don't think he wanted to try and. I think in some ways in his mind he wanted to try and reconcile on some level, but after he hit her, she was done. After he hit her with the cast specifically, she was done. He was done. On her phone, if you ever find it, I actually used her phone and took a picture of her face in the break room when she had the split lips and the black eye from him hitting her with the cast. Now this, of course, is what she told me happened. I didn't question him. I don't even, because if I talked to him at that time, I probably would have decked him myself for doing that stuff.
Punched him in the face and
Who's his closest friend?
His?
Yes.
I have no clue. I don't even know if he has any friends because it's supposed to be. Supposedly, when Liz is at work, he's supposed to be at home taking care of the 2 kids, him or his grandmother. And so beyond that, I have no clue who he socializes with. I know he tends to drink and he uses that Kush stuff, and she kept getting on to him about using that stuff because she did find him one time in convulsions with it, and she keeps finding empty packages. And of course, since she worked in World Market, she knew how to read dates, expiration dates. And so she had cleaned out the house of all of the old Kush bags at one point when he finally promised her he wouldn't do it anymore, and she still kept finding them, new ones.
Yes, ma'am.
So
What county? You ever been to the house?
I've been to her house. Well, I haven't been in the house. I drove her home once or twice. I could possibly get you close, but after that, because it's like where you turn into the neighborhood, there's nothing specifically really marking the neighborhood. So that's where I kind of go, okay, which way do I go? I know I go that way, and then I go that way, but I don't know which road I turn down because there's two.
And that's the grandmother's house?
And yes,
And it's a fairly decent house and a decent
yes, it's a
neighborhood?
brick home. At least 3-bedroom, I would guess. Brick home.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if I've been of any help at all. I hope I have, because I want this.
No, you've been of great help.
Every-
It's just
every-
a wealth of knowledge. Just when we look like that, it's like, okay, what are we missing?
And
Okay.
we want to make sure we don't miss or not ask
And
you
I'm
questions.
sure we are.
Yeah.
And we do have your number, we might call you back. We might think of something tomorrow and be like, we should have asked her and call you back. and
That's
ask.
fine. Tomorrow I'll be here from 8 a.m. till 4:30 p.m. So you can call me here.
If I call your cell phone during the day and you don't answer, then we'll call the store.
Okay. And of course, when y'all called me the first time, it was 11 o'clock at night, and I generally,
Correct.
I don't answer the phone right off, and so I send it straight to voicemail. Y'all called a second time, and it's like, okay, I'm sending it straight to voicemail. If they call a third time, I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind, and that's when you're
Major.
left a message, and it was regarding Liz. It's like, okay, I'm calling back.
And where we was at was we found out who she was. And we had no contact information or nothing.
Mhm.
And we were going through, we found her Facebook.
Oh, okay.
And we're going through
Mhm.
looking, and I think there might have been some pictures or something. And your name popped up a few times, and we did some research and found a number for you, and that's how we actually ended up ultimately getting in touch with the store through some
Okay.
database we searched. We found your number and I think a couple of other ones, and we were just trying to get in touch with somebody to find out who her family was so we could get in touch
Well,
with them.
I will be honest with you guys. After I got off the phone with your detective, it took me a long time to finally fall back asleep, and even then it was very restless according to my complicated relationship, ex-husband, still together kind of thing. We got divorced because his dad was diagnosed with terminal cancer and my mom just passed away, so I moved home with my dad, and he moved home with his dad to take care of him. He was his only son. So it was one of those kind of things. But anyway, but we never broke up, obviously. Anyway, he could tell I was very upset by it, but I was still in shock. So it was one of those things where I just couldn't cry just yet. I actually really didn't start crying till Sunday afternoon. Because after I got up in the light of day, it's like, I don't want to go to his house, because if it was him, I don't want to put myself or anybody else in danger. The best way to avoid a fight is to not get involved in a fight in the first place. So first thing I did is I actually drove over to the Humble Pit Police Department and talked to them. And they told me it was out of their jurisdiction, so they had to go. That's why I had to talk to the Harris County Sheriff's Department. So they gave me the phone number for them, which I do have in my car if you need it. And so I talked to somebody there, and then they got me in touch with a police officer. I was actually supposed to meet him in front of the HEB in Atascocita. But right about then, the skies decided to open up and pour, so the police officer decided to call me instead. I gave him all the information that I had. I even gave him the detective's phone numbers that I have for him. And he called we found Liz. He found Liz on his database, whatever you call that thing. And then he actually got off the phone with me, called your precinct, I guess, and verified that that the gentleman that called me was a police officer, and got more information for me. He then called me back and told me that Liz was strangled. She was found in at the bay, and it was she was probably dumped off of a bridge and that kind of stuff. So he's the one that told me all of that. That's all I know at this time. I just found out from a fellow coworker who did some research online that she was found nude and all this other stuff. But we're kind of a little. We're a very close knit little group. Once we finally let you in, and if you're missing, we want to know why.
Do you know what bank Liz used?
What was it? I don't know if they'll give you the information, but it's on her paycheck because she had a direct deposit.
I know we have legal proceedings to get it from
Yeah.
them, but if you can give it to us, if you can think of the name of the bank.
No, it wasn't Wood Forest. I know at one time she did bank with Wood Forest, but I don't think Wood Forest. It was Wood Forest because she'd have her paycheck on Wednesday night.
Do you know if they had a joint account or not?
I only saw her cards, so I don't know.
Okay.
I honestly cannot tell you that at all.
Her cards. It was
Her-
so it was a bank card. She carried cash?
Yes, she'd usually try and keep about $20 or $30 on her most of the time if he didn't steal it out of her purse.
Okay.
Because he was also taking money out of her purse to buy his cushion and stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to say it was Wood Forest. I don't think she's changed it.
If they were legally married, do you know why she still used the fella last name? Or
I was legally married and I kept my last name too. Being honest.
I appreciate you being honest. I'm just curious if that's. I guess it must be South Texas.
No, it's not necessarily a Texas thing. It's just in my family, on my dad's side, there's 3 girls and 1 boy.
Mhm.
At the point in time when I got married, my male cousin, who was also my youngest cousin, was involved with a girl that basically pulled him away from the family. So I didn't even know, and he was actually adopted. So bloodline-wise, I'm the oldest Ferris and the last Ferris in this generation, because my cousin and my sister, of course, is also Ferris, but she got married and took his name.
Where do you live close to Liz at all?
No, actually, I live that way. She lives that way.
Do y'all have the same trash pickup?
Not to my knowledge. I live over in Springs. She lives in Atascocita. So as far as I know, I don't think they share any of that kind of stuff because it's 2 different.
When's your trash pickup?
My trash pickup is Mondays and Thursdays, I think. I only ever take it out on Monday because that's also when we have our recycling. So that's the only day I really worry about, unless I'm cleaning out a room or something.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else?
I don't think I'm good for right now. If we need something. Are you
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to conclude it at 11:10, okay?
Okay. Good luck. I really hope you find this explicitive.
Pray for us. All right, James, we're here. We're in town investigating the homicide of Miss Liz Farrell, Elizabeth Farrell. And we understand that you was an acquaintance of hers. We'll mark this time at beginning at 14:52 hours. And we'd like to ask you some questions and see what information you could exchange to us that could possibly shed light on the situation.
Okay.
And just like I explained to everybody else, Mr. Jim, we're multitasking.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
It
my
looked
boss-
like it-
No, I got my bosses texting me a million things.
You're fine,
I'm trying
you're
to deal with all that.
Don't feel offended if I'm looking down writing or jump on my phone and vibrate. But
I want you guys to get stuff you need and get moving on.
just to when I explain to everybody else, Mr. Jim, everybody has some dirty laundry.
Mhm.
We need to look at the dirty laundry. And I'm not here to judge you or Liz, but I need to fill in all 4 corners of the box and understand what Liz's life was about. So any personal information that you had, any physical information you have, please just share that with us. Okay? Are you willing to do that? Okay. How do you know Liz?
I've worked with her at this store for a number of years now. I think it's give or take 5, but ever since she started here, I think she might have started here just before I transferred to this store, but it's been a number of years now.
How long have you been in close personal contact with her?
The entire time I've been at this store, I believe. I'm pretty certain if I remember the dates right. I came to the store just after she started here, but I don't remember exactly back then.
Yes, sir. And what type of standing y'all had? Was she open with you, or do you have vital information to provide to her?
I think I've got a couple of things about the contacts that she had out of state.
Yes, sir.
As far as the relationship we had, we worked together for a long time. Up until about a month ago, I worked on Sundays with her, and we ended up over at that Fridays regularly.
Yeah.
So that was her.
How tall are you, Mr. Jim?
6'3",
6'3".
about 250.
Yes, sir.
It's-
Tell me what you know about her lifestyle.
Her personality was very open, but at least at home, I know she is the status of a relationship with her husband who, the way she described it, was separated. I don't know where the actual middle line was between them, but she seemed to be fairly secluded at home. She had her kid. I know he slept on the couch from what she said. She had the bedroom, and I think the kids usually slept with her.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, I don't recognize this. Hello? No, shut up.
No.
Go ahead.
when she was at home, she didn't want to have much contact with him because she was trying to separate. So she played the game and she had her friends there at home. I know it was good than bad with the family that lived.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I'm trying to block this number so it doesn't interfere with us.
No, I'm sorry. You're on?
Yeah, just hit the button and the chair drop off.
Oh.
So you know what, sir?
Yeah. Don't know the relationship between her and I think it was his grandmother that lived there, or the way she always put it was grandmothers. I don't know if they had what their relationship was, but some days it was good, some days it was bad, but they seemed to have best interest of the girls in mind at least, but there was all kinds of problems there. A number of times, in addition to that, we went and played pool over the pool hall over here, but I don't think she was a regular over there or anything like that.
Yes, sir.
In case you do now, things that need to, but it's the pool hall just on the other, in between, I guess, Business 1960 over there on 59.
Have you ever been inside Liz's home?
Not inside. I've taken her home a number of times.
Yes, sir.
But I've never physically been in there. Oh, let me rephrase that.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been inside of her current home. She used to live in a trailer it's up north on 59 a little ways. I don't remember exactly where, but she and her husband did, and I helped them move a table from another friend of theirs' house to there. That's the only time I've ever actually spent any real time around her husband or the girls. That's maybe about a half hour or so.
How was his demeanor? How did you interpret him?
At that time, it was fine. This is just what she said, but there were times that she said that he was having problems with, I forget what that fake marijuana that you buy at the gas stations at Spice or whatever it's called, that he was having problems with that. I don't know what else about drugs that he may have been in or she was in or anything like that.
Right.
She knows that I don't partake, so I don't think she brought it up in conversation much.
Right. Did you know she used?
I knew in the past she had, but like I said, she didn't bring it up around me because she knows I just don't have interest in it.
Yes, sir.
So, she didn't say anything about active use. I never saw anything that I would consider to be evidence in the store or anything like that.
What was Liz's hobbies? What did she like to do besides to go out and have a couple drinks and play?
Obviously the game Elder Scrolls Online. She played that very regularly. She was always trying to drag more people into that. She tried to drag me a number of times, but I don't have an Xbox that will play
So
with
you're
her.
not a gamer?
On occasion, but not. She has an Xbox. The game doesn't work. I play on my personal computer. The Xbox version doesn't work with the PC version,
Right,
so
right.
I just never started.
So you're a PC gamer, not a...
When I do, yes. Yeah.
What did you know about her and her gaming?
It seemed to be kind of all-encompassing at home because that was the one way she could kind of watch the kids at the time, have her own, friends at home, and not have them sitting there in the home with her and have any more problems brew there. As far as, I know this is where this is going to lead, other acquaintances met in the game. She had told me about two in particular.
She met two friends in the game?
Met as in physically met, only one that I know of.
Okay. So
And I can actually
you
give you...
identify him?
I could not. I can give you dates when he was in town.
Yes, sir.
Let me look at the text messages because when he was here, it all stems from, she separated from her husband. She was trying to find a way basically out. That's the way it was posed to me.
When was it? When and who was in town?
I don't have a name, I'll tell you that right now. But I can tell you, sorry, I just have to find the date. Here. She, on Sunday, March 13th, he was going to be arriving after she got off of work. And if you want to take photographs of the messages, those are the messages between us on that day.
So I'm trying to find a good outfit for tonight, laugh out loud. What are you up to? I'm stranded at the mall, I really want to drink. And I think it's about to close. Playing pool with my neighbor's dude still not there. He's a half hour out already. Okay, to chill. There's nothing.
Now, that man, it was,
Where are they from?
I want to say he was Oklahoma. There's some story about he was a student. I don't know name or anything like that. When I was looking at her Facebook the other day, somebody that kind of matched that description made a message to her on it after she passed away and everybody found out. I don't know if it was him or not, but the description said he lived in some part of Oklahoma and he was a student at OSU or something like that. I don't remember specifically, but there was a message on there for something like that, and I don't know who else she would know up there. But I don't know that much personally about her.
Right.
The other person that she had mentioned she had talked to, the only thing I know is he lives somewhere up on the Northeast. I don't believe he had any kids. I don't think this guy did either, the one that came down, but I can't remember specifically where. It was somewhere in Northeast, maybe Jersey, but I genuinely do not remember.
Right. What did she tell you about these people?
They were friends she had built up in game that basically.
Was that it just that one day?
For that, as far as I know. He was in town, I want to say, for about. Let me see here. He probably went through.
Or just that one day?
There, what's here? He says, she said, I'm sick as a dog home. That was Wednesday the 16th. So I don't know if that was on Tuesday he left or what the case was. But
You're just joking with the picture? What is that picture of?
Oh, that's the driver's license center over here. Just telling her she needs that. Well, for a long time, I've been telling her she could drive my truck and we would get the license. Part of trying, she's 28, shouldn't have a license. We were going to miss her.
Have you ever been intimate with Liz?
No, ma'am. No, sir.
No?
No. She didn't have interest in me. We just were friends for more.
Did you find her attractive?
Yes, but there was
It's okay.
no. Oh, I know. Yes, but there was no link between me and her.
Yeah.
Or no connection between me and her.
Did you want a connection?
Maybe, but that was not.
It's okay.
It's here. It's something.
That's what I'm saying. I just need to
know.
Not
it was
yet.
something where we playfully flirted with each other, but she never had any interest in it. It was something where she was actually trying to find me someone else. But either way, there was never a nothing ever happened between her and I as far as clarification, and it was clear a long time ago that we just didn't have a connection.
Yeah.
So
Never. Have you ever kissed her?
no, sir.
Okay. Other than a friendship greeting.
I never kissed her in any way that I know of.
Okay, not even like a friendship, like a kiss on the cheek. Hey, babe, what's up?
No.
You're not turning us off.
No, it's never anything like that, or even remotely. We'd hug each other when we saw her. But that
Did Liz ever tell you about any time she ever left her home, just got away, went somewhere, left her kids, left that dude?
She had left her home one time to move out with a friend of hers. I think her name was Jax. And she lived with her for a little while, I believe, if I remember the story correctly. But it was a short time, and then she moved back in.
2016?
No, it was at least, I want to say 14. I don't remember the time frame.
Did she ever make mention of the East Coast come and meet her?
She had said, I can't remember specifically. I think that they had said it, but there wasn't a date or anything like that planned.
Yeah. What was Liz's? What was her biggest hang up at home? Was she intimate at home?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I rephrase that. As far as I know, no. But when she had her second child about a year ago, before that, when she got pregnant, the way she put it was kind of a moment of stupid weakness. They had already been on the outs for a while, and the way she put it was, it just kind of happened. So I don't know if anything ever happened again. She made it sound like she never did, but...
That's Liz?
Yes, sir.
How did Liz financially? How was the home, to your knowledge, financially? Who supported the home?
She was the only consistent money burner in the home that I know of, and even at that point, it was very stressed. I know she said the home that I had gone to in up north of here on 59, apparently that ended very badly. They lost the trailer, and they both were severely in debt from that. And for example, at Fridays, there was a lot of times she couldn't go, or I picked up her drink just because she didn't have money to do it. So sometimes she'd pay, sometimes I'd pay, but it was always money an issue.
Yeah.
Not to I don't know. Not to a bad point where something bad should happen. I don't think she took any loans out from anybody scrupulous or anything bad like that. But it was a paycheck to paycheck situation.
Who is Cody?
Cody?
Cody, ex-employee here.
Sorry,
I-
that was our sheriff. I had to take the call.
I remember a guy that was. The name's familiar, but I can't really place him.
All right.
The name is familiar, but I can't place him.
You ever see her at TGI with any other males?
The only people that I couldn't identify them individually. There were regulars there that she was friendly with, just regulars who showed up on kind of the same day.
Right.
I don't know any names. I just know that it was kind of like there's one 50-something white guy who usually I saw him a couple of times there. There's also a black gentleman, but they were never people who, when she came in, they moved chairs or something to see her, or they were staring or anything like that. They were just kind of regulars at the bar. Is what it felt like.
Could Cody be a firefighter now?
I can't even picture the guy. I remember something about the name, but
You always had the beard?
what? No, for the last consistently since late 2013.
You and the beard?
Yeah. It's grown out a couple times. It's on the lower end right now, but I've had it out about half of 3/4 inch longer for a short period of time.
Right.
If I can give my driver's license, I guess a non-beard picture. Here, you want to take a?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, sorry.
Leave that one. Just so we have it.
Yeah.
See how it works.
What, Liz ever said anything about any friends from Louisiana?
Not anybody from there. I don't know any specifics of it. I know she lived there in or around New Orleans for some period of time.
Mm-hmm.
She always said she wanted to go back there as far as when and if she was ever able to move away. She always just felt really connected to the city or Louisiana in general. That was one thing she had said in the past since maybe Christmas or so. Get her stuff in order where she can have a car, be stable enough. And the way she honestly put it was the only way she could probably make it work would be if her husband or the grandmothers took care of the older daughter and she took the baby so that she could take care of it. Because she wanted to get away from the situation here.
She said anything about her husband beating her?
She says there was only one time that it ever happened. It was while she was working here. And all I remember about it, and I don't honestly remember if I physically saw it, but I remember something about a black eye. And like I said, it's something that she brought up a couple of times, but she always said that was the only time. Whether or not that's true, I don't know.
So to your knowledge and your conversation with her, she said it wasn't like it was a constant daily deal.
No. The only thing that was an issue was, I don't know if it'd be characterized as threats, but he, whenever he was out of his mind one way or another, whether drug related or whatever, he would make threats, and enough one time in particular to scare her that he drove her to work just about every day as far as I know.
Right.
And they had some kind of an argument on the way in. They stopped on the side of the road, argued. He was kind of out of his mind. I believe the kids were in the car with him at the time. And he dropped her off at the store. She came in. She was a bit worried. I think she got a phone call from him that I don't know that it was a threat or what exactly it was, but it had her even more concerned. And she was worried for the children's safety, so I ended up driving her home. My operations manager, Kim, asked me to do it.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
If he had been beating her regularly or more than that once, do you think she would have told you about it?
I hope so. The way she put it, I would think so. I never saw any physical scars or wounds or anything like that. So, but I honestly, I don't know.
You sure say anything about him choking her or anything, like that?
And doing what to her again?
Choking her?
Choking her? I don't recall. I don't recall anything like that. It seemed like most of their issues were arguments, verbal arguments, and issues with him. I know for a while he was working I want to say as a bartender or something like that. And I remember her just didn't know what to do because for the way she described his personality, it was the worst place for him to be. You don't send a drunk to work at a bar, that kind of a thing.
Right.
So that's, I don't know if he ever came home drunk, if there's anything like that.
When's the last time you saw her?
Physically saw her was, I believe I saw her the week before last.
Where?
It'd be up here at the store. I don't remember the days. I've been doing a lot of traveling around for the company, working in other stores in the Houston area.
So we're looking at an April calendar up here.
Actually, I can tell you where I was at, which days I was actually in this store. The last time I know for a fact I saw her, Catherine, who, I don't know if you've talked to her here or not, and I went bowling after I was working at the Katie store. And we were over there for maybe an hour and a half or so, and then Catherine drove her home. We get you the date for that. But she sent me a text message asking about it. That was Tuesday the 12th. That day I know for a fact I saw her. I got to the bowling alley about 7:15. We played for maybe an hour and a half.
When was the last time you physically talked to her? I don't mean through text message. I mean actually.
It would have been the last time I was up here in the store with her. I don't believe I've spoken to her on the phone. It's been a very long time. I think I'm not calling her right now. I'm sorry. I just called her by accident. But let me see if it pulls up the history. I don't honestly remember the last. Well, actually, I think I did speak to her on the phone that night that we played pool. She called me when they were wanting to go play. Our friend Catherine was breaking up with her boyfriend, and they wanted to get out. And
when was the last time she responded to a text message?
The one I showed you on the Wednesday, I believe. And I think you saw the messages all the way through.
I didn't look at it. I just looked at that one day when they were.
That was. Beyond that, you can see Friday and Saturday I sent her a couple of messages, but. Yeah, and that's the very end of the profile there.
What's the last text date? She responded?
420. 420.
Yeah, I haven't read it.
Is there anybody that has had contact with her after that you know of?
I'm trying to remember. We got so many dates in our mind we've talked to. I don't know how. I don't remember if we had anybody. Somebody's seen her Thursday.
They did? Okay.
Okay.
Here in town?
Allegedly.
Okay. Like I said, the way it was for the couple of days before that, she had a skin infection on her fingers.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why she claimed she was calling out that week before.
That's what jewelry she wore. Anything constantly, consistently?
Not specific. She had some earrings that she wore. She almost always wore earrings, and I know she had some that were fleur-de-lis.
Right.
I don't know. I honestly can't tell you from memory if they were ones that she wore close to every day or not. But I know she always had earrings on.
Rings? The gold ring with green rubies? Green
maybe.
emeralds?
I honestly didn't see.
Right.
I know. I'm pretty certain she was not wearing a ring, wedding ring or anything like that. I'm pretty certain. If I remember correctly, she told me that when they got married, she had to buy her ring.
Yes, sir.
I think I remember that. It was a convoluted story at the time. She, when she still before she had her second child, trying to find a way of taking care of money, getting herself out of a situation, she had enlisted with, I want to say it was the Air Force. And I don't remember the whole intricacy behind it, but she ended up getting out of the enlistment, and that was the time that she got married. I don't remember how all that worked or intertwined, but that was the time of it. It seemed like it was more of just trying to resolve problems that she had. I don't know. At the time, she was excited about getting out and doing that, and then she had a lot of regret about it, and I don't know, as far as the Air Force thing and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know.
Anybody else that you made mention of that she was close with, share a lot of information with?
I know one of her best friends up here was Katie, who I think you talked to yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the other girl I mentioned, Catherine. I know she was fairly close to her. I don't know how much time they spent outside the store together, but it wasn't uncommon. Catherine came a couple times to play pool or go to Fridays with us.
Right.
He was not a current friend, or I shouldn't say not current friend. Yeah, I don't think she'd seen him much lately. A friend of ours used to work here named Daryl. I can't remember his last name, but I think he currently works over Fridays. It was kind of a long ago romantic interest, but it never went anywhere. She wanted him, not so much the other way around.
How's her relationship? What's Ronnie didn't know about her?
He's someone to talk to.
Right.
Put it short like that, because that was where she opened up every week. It was where she, kind of felt a midpoint between getting away from responsibilities of work and the hassles at home.
Mm-hmm.
She's another one that was always trying. I think he did play Elder Scrolls Online in the past or something like that. And just about every week she'd ask, when are you going to get online? When am I going to see you? I know she had interest in him, but I think he had a girlfriend and she never acted on it and anything like that.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, when she was going over there, probably even the last couple of weeks, assuming I haven't been at the store on Sunday, so I don't know for a fact that she's been going the last few weeks, but he would have been one to see her. There's also a couple of, I can't remember his name. There's another bartender there who was there oftentimes on Sunday afternoons. White guy, relatively skinny, maybe about 6 foot or so.
Tyler?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Young blood?
Yeah, I think that sounds right. Tyler sounds right, but
Short hair?
yes, yeah.
A little dark complected.
No, he's very light. Maybe one Tyler. I'll be perfectly honest, I'm the worst with names, but he oftentimes worked the late shift with Ronnie. Ronnie usually came in about the time that she would get off, so I think she usually got off at 4:30 on Sundays, I think he usually showed up there about 5 o'clock or so. The other guy, which I don't think she was as communicative with, but who was there oftentimes, who would see people in and out around her.
Yes, sir.
But as far as anybody else that need to talk to that she was close with, a long time ago, I don't know, recently she was close with the friend named Jax. I don't know recently, so she did live with her for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Who else up here? I don't know who would have a lot to say outside of just,
Yes, sir.
casual work stuff. I guess the last thing to say, I never really saw anybody around the store or anything like that unusual.
Mm-hmm.
The one unfortunate thing is I haven't really been here much in the past month.
Yes, sir.
And, I'm sure you can see my schedules over there where I've been, but I just haven't been here to see any physical change or, change in demeanor, that sort of thing.
You got anything else?
I think that's it. All right, Jim, we got your number. We're going to conclude it at 1519, 320, basically. Thank you for your help.
No problem.
Investigators turned their focus to people Elizabeth knew from her local TGI Fridays.
Okay. And the reason we're here is we was able to gather your name. Obviously, you learned about the death of Liz.
It's on Facebook.
Yes, ma'am.
I called yesterday morning.
Right. How did you know Liz?
She actually was working at Bed Bath & Beyond,
Right.
and I've been a bartender there since 2000, and usually on Sundays she would come in.
That Liz? Usually on Sundays she came in?
Yes.
What did you learn? What was you able to learn about Liz?
You know, she was a mom. She had an older daughter. She didn't really have a family. I don't remember the stories about her parents, but she didn't really have anyone close to her. She lived with her baby's father.
Michelle, what and I feel you're gonna be totally honest with us and not in trying to. As humans, we're compassionate, right?
Right.
And we all, if you got a friend or something happens, and I don't really know how close, but I mean, sometimes, and people are modest about saying certain things, but, we all have dirty laundry.
Right.
We all have skeletons in our closet. I just need you to be as open as possible about anything that you know about Liz. Anything anything as far along the lines of infidelity, drug abuse, alcohol
I
abuse.
don't think she did drugs.
Yeah.
No, she would have like maybe 1 or 2 Long Islands when she was there.
Mhm.
I don't think she was into drugs and stuff. I know she didn't have a car.
Just anything you know about her.
She was very hindered on what she was able to do. She always was very dependent on people picking her up and taking her to and from work. If the baby's father wouldn't help her with that. I know one time she had come in and she had a black and blue eye, and she had showed me pictures of her neck and her face, and she said that he choked her and he punched her in the face. And this was before she found out about her second baby.
Okay, so that was about 2 years ago?
Yeah. And then
You don't
shortly after
remember
that,
around what time of year?
and I do know there was an older lady that she worked with, Amy Williams. I've been trying to track her down on Facebook, and Amy Williams.
Mm-hmm.
She actually stayed with her. Amy was trying to help her get on her feet.
That was during the course
That
of
was right after that happened.
after she got hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I want to say Amy had some issues that she went through as a woman herself.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the man that she remarried was, awesome, helping her family and all that. And they were willing to help her to get out of her situation. So I know that she was staying with them for a while, and I didn't see them as much after that happening. And then I did see Amy and her family came in one day, and she said it just wasn't working out. I don't know what happened in the household, why it wasn't working out. I don't know. I don't know if she was going back to baby's dad.
And we have spoken with Amy. She did reach out to us. She's now a flight attendant, but saw on Facebook and reached out to us.
Okay.
When Liz able to, how did she exchange all this information with you?
She felt very comfortable with me. I was always telling her, like, you needed to leave, you needed to get on your feet, you needed to get transportation, you needed steps, and she just felt like she was just stuck. She was just really open with me about it. She showed me pictures. I don't think she was doing it for attention. I just think she wanted other people to know what was going on.
Right.
She didn't seem scared though.
Did she say she was stuck?
She knew she was stuck. She didn't have money. She didn't have transportation to and from work.
Mhm.
She was for sure stuck.
And when you say she's been involved in domestic relationship and with some abuse, I might have missed it through the course of distraction. Can you hear me? Right.
No, they're here now. You guys can just come on in. They're here. So just come on in. Alright, I'll get back.
How old are the other two boys?
Gonna be 7 and gonna be 5 in the next couple months.
Not an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
So you know how to be involved in a domestic relationship where it's got abusive. You know who that was with?
I don't remember his name, but he's on her Facebook.
Yes, ma'am.
She's been with him. It's the father of both her kids.
Okay. Is he commenting on her Facebook?
I honestly haven't checked her Facebook until this happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I've only seen her twice since, I guess he's 6 months. So since I've been back to work, I've seen her twice in passing. She would be there probably after her shift, and then I was coming in, and then she left. So I said, hey, how are you doing? Good to see you again. So it wasn't like we had that contact before she would stay for a duration of time when I used to work Sunday nights.
Right.
So I haven't really seen her a lot.
Did you ever see her like meet any other friends there, male, female, whenever she was coming?
She always came with some coworkers.
Mm-hmm. You knew those would be coworkers though?
Yeah, a few of them. It was the same, like a few people.
Any males?
Yeah, there was like 2 guys she would come in with. I don't remember their names though.
You describe them?
One guy was thicker, taller. I want to say he probably had facial hair. Darker hair for sure.
We showed you a picture of him. Could you identify him?
Yeah, I want to say he probably had glasses. I could probably do that. Yeah, that's definitely him.
Jim.
That's definitely him.
I don't know the other one you're talking about. Can you describe him?
He was just thin, tall, maybe darker hair, younger kid. Yeah, but that's definitely him. And I think he actually kind of had feelings for her too.
Right. How did you figure he had feelings for her?
Because he was awkward with her.
Yes, ma'am.
And he told her, well, she told me he liked her, and she said we're just friends. He would buy her tab a few times. Yeah, but he was just shy. He didn't really say much when he was there.
Right.
But yeah, that's definitely him. And he did have feelings for her.
What did you ever learn about her ever meeting up with any other males outside co-workers or at the restaurant?
No, I mean, I guess it was a moment in time, you know, when she was coming in, and during that moment is when she was unhappy, she felt stuck, her ex was abusive, she left to go be with Amy, and then she started coming with him, but that was just really it. And then after she found out she was having the second, I think she had a daughter, is when I didn't really see her much. So during that moment is just kind of all happened. As far as meeting up with other people, I don't see how she could. She didn't have transportation to do that. Unless she hitched a ride with somebody. You know, and I think sometimes she would try to get a ride home because she didn't have transportation.
No knowledge of her having an attraction to anybody else or excited about another date with someone else or anything?
I mean, I know she liked my coworker, Ronnie.
Yeah.
He was nice to her at work, but nothing else, ever outside of work.
So they never had any dates or any kind of relationship other than her being a customer?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think she tried to initiate it, and he would go in the back and sit with her and have a drink, and then that was it. I think he did that once, and I remember making a comment saying, how do you like her? And he's like, she's just not my type, and it was just never a thing.
Right.
I don't think he ever crossed that boundary. But I know she liked going to see him on Sundays and stuff, to see him.
Yeah. How long did that go on? Do you know? How long did she start coming in and so it continued until she was found?
Oh, I haven't seen her. Like I said, so he's 6 months old.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped working Sunday nights 3 weeks before I had him, but I didn't see her regularly. When she found out she was pregnant is when I stopped seeing her.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I recently started seeing her again.
Okay. So to your knowledge, she wasn't still going in there on Sundays?
I don't think so, but I'm speaking incorrectly to say for sure because I haven't worked.
Right, you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah.
But she never made mention of anybody else she had an attraction towards or met or anything about meeting people online?
Not to me, no.
Are you a gamer?
No.
You see with 3
My
kids.
husband is.
It's kind of hard with 3 kids. But
Yeah, he likes his Madden and stuff like that, but no.
He doesn't play like the
virtual world?
Yeah, okay.
But did she ever feel like did she ever feel like she was in danger or she feared someone?
She feared her baby's father for sure.
Yeah, what other than her making the mention that she got beat, what anything in particular you can say why she said she feared him?
I don't know the exact phrase, but he had said something about like killing her. I don't remember exactly. you know, like I could kill you right now, or, I mean, it's been so long and I don't want to speak incorrectly, but she said that he had almost killed her when he was choking her. And I don't know if it was in reference to like, I can do this right now, or if you leave, I can do this. I just know that she had mentioned that.
Say that again about leave, what?
Like, if you leave, I don't want to speak incorrectly. I just know that he had choked her and she had made reference about him being able to kill her.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know in what context. I don't know. She said that they got into a fight, he got her in a corner, and he was choking her out. And then she had showed me pictures, and I told her, you need to leave. I said, this is not right. And that's kind of like when Amy was there and we were speaking, and she tried to help her leave the situation. Yeah. Are you pooping?
Yes.
Yes.
It's a good one too.
Anyway, starting to get sick.
You think Ronnie will talk to us?
Yeah, I mean, I actually contacted him yesterday, or yesterday morning.
Could you call him now?
Sure.
And see if he's available tomorrow?
Yeah. Because I know that she liked him, you know, and I didn't know to what regard. I said, hey Ronnie, it's Michelle. I'm not sure if you have any update info on Liz, but by chance, if you do, I know she favored your company and thought maybe she confided in you by chance. There'll be some investigators at Bed Bath & Beyond today, I think all day, but I called and spoke to one. We'll be going at 4:30 to discuss some info I have. It's not recent info, but it's things she talked to me about in the past conversations. If you think of anything, please share it with them. He says, I haven't seen Liz in weeks and I'll be in Springwater all day. That was yesterday. I said, well, if you remember anything, let him know. He said, yes.
Yeah, I tried to call him. I mean, maybe he sees a strange number, thinks it's a telemarketer or something.
He's working tonight on Fridays. Today's Monday.
I called again because he was flooded. We went by Fridays again today.
We didn't have no electricity and all that with the weather last night.
Fridays was Friday?
No, his house.
Ronnie.
Oh.
Ronnie.
So, I mean, if you could just call him and see if he'll answer for you. Actually, 10 o'clock tomorrow, earlier the better. I mean, we're going to wake up pretty early. Yeah. And if you could leave him a message to call you, you can call me after.
Hey Ronnie, it's Michelle. If there's any way that you could give me a call back, I appreciate it. I do have some investigators that are trying to get a hold of you. I'm speaking with them now, so if you can call me back, I appreciate it. Bye.
Cool.
I know he's in a relationship, Ronnie.
Yeah. And, I don't want to stir up anything in a relationship, but I mean, we talk to him in confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he might be worried about that, that I just want to assure him, hey, look, a good time for you where you can lay it out for us. I don't want to cause any problems with the other one. He might be a good looking dude.
Yeah,
Jealous. Women get jealous over their good looking men.
No, she was way before.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been with her, but she came after all that time.
Yes, ma'am. Any other mention of him making her feel threatened or her life being threatened?
She just felt uncomfortable. I know that his family didn't make it easy on her, so.
Why do you think her family didn't make it?
Not her family, his.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Shh! Please, Tom. I don't know if it's just that they didn't, I don't know their personal, exactly what, she just said that she didn't really get along with them, or they she just said they didn't make it easy with having the babies and stuff, and it was almost like, I think I do know that he had the baby. Hey, buddy. Whoa. I do know that,
Hello.
he took the baby for her for a while. So, I think he kind of just used that as like a pawn, for her to stay, or maybe, I don't know if she chose to leave the baby, being that, there was comfort with where the baby was staying. Toby, get down. Hey, buddy. Can you guys do me a favor? Can you guys go upstairs and play the Batman game?
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Can you go do that for mommy, please?
Oh my God. Hey, okay.
David, can you guys go upstairs, please? You can take those upstairs.
I'm going to the bedroom.
That's fine. You guys can go in that room if you
No,
want.
no, no.
Okay, go up there.
Well, he wants to go too. So they're leaving you out.
No.
Come here, buddy. I wish I had
No, it's
more
good.
present info than just what I have.
That's what we was looking for. You know, what did she feel threatened by? Who could have possibly inflicted this kind of damage to her? You know, why did they pick Louisiana? If they were from Texas, why did they pick Louisiana? Or did she meet somebody elsewhere and that was just a dumping? We feel it was a dumping spot because we researched. Hey, Dan,
I don't
how
know if it in here.
Oh, hey boys, come on. I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Thank you, buddy.
I already attacked this film crew outside, but
Tell them stay. You didn't want to do it.
He has poo-poos.
it's fine.
They
How you doing? I'm good. Was it?
Aubrey.
Already
James.
James, nice to meet you guys. Yeah.
They started with us back about a year ago. We were working a cold case and.
It's totally cool. I just told my sister just in case anything really breaks on it and we're a part of it. I don't want.
Then they respect that.
They were cool. They were cool. They were like, we're taking clouds. I was like, cool with me, bro.
They gotta do all kind of stuff. They got B-roll, time lapse, crazy stuff like planes flying over.
That's what he said, so that was cool. I didn't care.
Yeah, try being part of it.
Yeah.
You wonder sometimes.
I'm good.
I have an 8-year-old little boy. So
That's
if
all
you ever
you.
get a chance to, the last thing we done was called Killing Fields.
What is it?
Killing Fields.
What's that?
That's the show we done.
It was on Discovery.
So if you get a chance, check it out.
We're watching, man. That's gonna be cool.
You look familiar.
Not me.
No?
You were on.
Oh,
I
maybe you
was
just
on.
got that face.
You got that face, man.
So,
You got bloops?
but that's what we was looking
Come on,
for,
Wilson.
Michelle.
Where are we going?
Upstairs.
Who she felt. And then, I mean, if you don't know, you don't know.
Yes,
But I mean,
yes.
anybody that could have possibly tied to
No,
Louisiana.
no, mommy. You can show mommy when you're done. Go upstairs, please. I'm asking you.
Don't think it's don't think it's out of the box for somebody to be from another state and just pick our spot. I mean, we've had it a lot. It's happened a lot, you know. If you Google Whiskey Bay where she was found, you're gonna find a lot of people were disposed of there.
Really?
I mean, what I think is, I'm wondering if she hitched a ride or something, and
I actually go upstairs and
I can't say it wouldn't be not like her. I mean, if she needed a ride,
you can find a way through.
I could see her doing that.
And we understand that she would get rides from her co-workers all the time, and she needed transportation. But the way we understand that she was at her house, and then she's gone from her house. So that's something I'm trying to figure out. Well, how from her house to where she was at?
It's pretty
4 hours away
Yeah.
in the middle of a swamp.
I mean, I don't know. From everything that I do, I mean, I don't know. I would say the baby's dead. But I mean, I wouldn't say that because I haven't talked to her recently.
Have you ever met him?
I've met him coming in to pick her up. He just seemed very sporadic and very just controlling.
Can you describe the controlling?
He would freak out on her if she had a drink or whatever, and he would come in and say it was okay, and then suddenly it wasn't okay. He just seemed very, when I first met him, he seemed okay, and then as the weeks went on, I think especially after she had told me about what happened, and he probably knew she did, he was very different with me.
Can you recall any vehicles he picked her up in?
Because he would let her come in to text her and say he was out, and she would pay her tab and be ready for him to pick her up, or she got a ride from someone else.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I think that's about covered everything.
When I seen that, and I just remember the one incident with that, that's why I called, because I knew that he had been abusive. I'm not saying that he's the one that had done it, but I know that she was scared of him to some extent. He promised he was never going to do it again, but
yeah.
I've never been in an abusive relationship. First time that ever happened, I would leave. And she went back and they had a second child, so I can't imagine
Yes, ma'am.
what life was like.
What did she ever always wear something in particular? I mean, you're wearing a wedding ring, obviously. Did she ever wear a piece of jewelry all the time and never leave home without it that you saw?
I think I've only had 2 conversations with her.
It's cool. I mean, I'm just addressing you because you're in the room.
She always wore a necklace. Her hair was always really short. I know she had some earrings and stuff, but she always, I think, wore a necklace.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't recall. I mean, like I said, I haven't seen her. I mean, physically, if I would have seen her recently, and paid sat and paid attention to what she was, you know, it was just.
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna conclude it. Snelson, you got anything else?
No, sir.
We're gonna conclude it at 8:35, and we appreciate your time.
Detectives also bring in Stephen Breaker to get a sense of what living with Elizabeth and her husband Jonathan Alley was like.
So when was the last time you saw Liz?
Thursday.
Yes, sir. About what time?
Maybe about 11 a.m.
Was that any particular reason that was the last time you saw her? Where did you go, or did she go somewhere?
She went back to her room, I believe, and I went to my room. Really, the only time I would kind of see her, I would go outside. I smoke cigarettes, so I smoke outside.
Yes, sir.
So get a cup of coffee, smoke a cigarette outside, and then, if she was in the living room, which wasn't very often, I'd see her then.
Did she smoke?
I don't believe so.
Besides?
I don't know. The screen was out of her window, so I don't know. I don't think she smoked cigarettes, but she, occasionally would take my lighter from outside. So,
yes. You know her to smoke pot?
I've never seen it, but again, I just kind of assumed. And then Jonathan made some reference to it at some point. So.
Yeah, and if you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah,
cool. Hey, like Jonathan told me she smoked pot, or Aubrey told me she smoked pot, but I never smoked pot. But I never saw her smoke pot.
Yeah, I personally never saw it, but I hardly ever saw her at all.
Cool. What kind of person was she?
In what regard? She was.
Was she nice to you? Was she
she's
a caring
fine.
mother?
I wouldn't characterize her as that necessarily. She spent little to no time with her 5-year-old. I just don't think that the little girl's kind of high strung, and I guess she just doesn't have the patience for it. So,
what's the 5-year-old's name, Steve?
Rowan.
How do you spell that?
Rowan.
And there's a
I think it's
1-year-old.
Rowan Elizabeth Alley, I think is her full name.
Yes, and there's a 1-year-old, I understand?
Yes, sir.
What's that name?
Autumn Gale Alley.
And so she really didn't spend a whole lot of time with the 5-year-old because the 5-year-old was high strung. And what regards did she neglect the Autumn? Did she neglect Rowan?
Well, yeah, I guess. There were times when John wouldn't be at home, and so she would kind of be forced to occasionally come out of the room and get something for Rowan to eat.
How did she treat the 1-year-old?
The 1-year-old, when she was there and not fussy, stayed in like a little, one of those sleeper playpen things in her room.
Yes, sir.
And then if the baby started fussing, she would just take her out into the living room and leave her with John or one of us.
Right. Whenever you saw her Thursday, when did y'all exchange pleasantries or anything? What part of the house?
We didn't really exchange pleasantries. I didn't say anything to her. She was in the kitchen.
Okay. And
so I have to walk through my room, past the kitchen to get to the back door.
Who else was home at the time?
Jonathan and the children.
Did you stay home all day Thursday?
No, I worked.
What time did you leave?
I left right around 2:00. I usually leave about like 5 minutes or so before 2.
You said?
I give if I work in the afternoon, I give myself a little over an hour to get to work. It's a 35-minute drive, but with traffic in Houston, you've got to give yourself an extra half hour.
Your mom is Miss Gale, right?
Yes.
Was she home at the time?
No, she was at work.
And there's another.
No, wait a minute. Yes, she was at work.
She was at work Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Anybody, the other lady that lives there, what's her name?
Susan.
Susan who?
McIntosh.
Okay. She was there?
No, she actually has a lake house and she actually lives there. She's been staying with us since this happened. Just a little extra support.
So she only stayed since since Elizabeth was gone or reported killed?
Reported killed, I believe.
Yes, sir. All
I
right.
mean, I'm assuming that's the impetus.
It's cool. She doesn't live there. When?
Because I just found out myself like Sunday, early in the day. I guess my mom told me, and then she was on her way back from that camping trip, and Susan came back with her.
You don't know where they went camping, did you?
Huh?
You don't know where they went camping at, do you?
She could tell you it's, I don't know, some kind of like Rainbow Ranch or one of those kind of places. It was some woman's music jamboree. It's an annual thing.
Whenever you left for work, what time did you arrive back home?
Probably got home a little before midnight.
And when you got home, was anybody up?
No.
Was anybody home?
No.
No cars home?
No. There were no cars at the time.
Were the kids there?
I assume no, or I don't know if they were sleeping. I assume that Liz was home.
You're not positive.
Right,
There were just no
because
cars. That's
she
all.
doesn't drive, and so I would assume because her door is always shut in her room, so I just assumed she's home,
Yes, sir.
and I assume the kids were there.
Yes, sir.
But
So-
Jonathan's car wasn't there. Nobody else.
Not at that time. I got up a little bit later to get some water, and he was in the living room.
What time was that?
I don't know. That must have been maybe half hour, 45 minutes later, I guess.
So about close to 1 o'clock?
Maybe, yeah.
1 a.m.? And you
Yeah,
was home?
anywhere between like maybe 12:30 and 1, I guess.
Yes, sir. How was Jonathan and Liz's relationship?
Not good.
What would go on?
They really led two separate lives for the most part. She relied on him for rides because, again, she doesn't know how to drive a car.
Yes, sir.
She had left him a couple of times, left him and the kids, or the kid at the time. It was just John and Rowan. I guess she had left. I know at least one of those times she left for Louisiana, and she went to Louisiana. She always talked about going back there. Said that she was going to be back there by the end of the year.
Did you ever learn? Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just kind of rambling.
It's okay, man. You was telling her, you wasn't elaborating on anything else about her just traveling, right? What, have you ever heard of her hooking up with anybody?
Yeah.
Who you heard of her hooking up with?
I don't know any names. I don't know any. I know that she met somebody online once.
What time? How long ago we talking?
I couldn't even tell you. I know that this was
2016.
No, this had to be at least a year ago. I mean, it wasn't since she moved in with us.
Okay. And what about meeting online?
Apparently, she had met somebody online and hooked up with him, and they were in a hotel for a few days.
Yes, sir.
Jonathan knew about that.
Yeah.
Did he? I mean, they lived a separate life. Did that bother him?
I would imagine on some level it had to bother him. I mean, even when you're estranged from somebody, I mean, that's got to be difficult, I suppose.
Yes,
But
sir.
I don't know.
Got to be too
He never
personal.
talked.
You wear a wedding ring. You married?
Yeah, separated.
Okay. Bless you. Whenever so you woke after you woke up Saturday. About what time you woke up?
Saturday.
You got to work. You got home Friday, right? Friday you woke up. You got home, after midnight on Saturday.
Right.
On Friday. You woke up Friday.
Yeah. So what time I woke up on Friday?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
On Friday I woke up at 7:30.
What
If
you-
there's a Spanish speaker here, can you please pick up line 3?
with when you woke up at 7:30, who was home?
Their phone again?
Jonathan and the kids, and that was it.
You certain on that?
Yeah, because my mom was still away. He pretty much sleeps and lives in the living room. So,
Yeah. Your mom said he slept on the couch.
Yeah.
Whenever did you talk to Jonathan? Was he up with the kids?
I did talk to Jonathan. He had told me, I guess at that point, that Liz had left, And I made some comment to him and said, well, I'm sorry, that's got to be rough. I said, it's a few times now. She had threatened to leave and take Autumn. And I said, she's, I guess this isn't going to give her much of a leg to stand on if she wants to try to take the kids.
Abandoning your children like that, right?
Yeah.
What, he didn't, and then what time, how long you stayed home that day?
I had to be at work at 11. Again, I leave an hour before, so it was about 5 or 10 minutes till 10 that I left for work that day.
Yes, sir.
And Fridays, I pretty much work from 11 o'clock until 11 o'clock.
11 A to 11 P?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work at?
Reef Restaurant, Midtown,
What do you do there?
general manager.
What time you got back home? What time you got back home Friday?
I probably got back about 11:30.
Yes, sir. And what, anybody up?
John was watching TV, kids were asleep.
How was he? How was his demeanor?
Stoic. I mean, just kind of like waved when I came in and went back to watching TV. I didn't like talk a whole lot.
You and him?
Yeah. Just some in passing, little jokes here and there.
Yes, sir.
I've been watching that, what's that Kevin Spacey thing where he's the president? Some Netflix show. House of Cards. I've been watching House of Cards religiously for I don't know how long. So he was watching that.
Saturday, did you do anything?
I worked on Saturday afternoon. So again, I got up probably about 8 o'clock. Coffee, cigarettes. Watched NFL Network, my usual routine. Started getting ready for work about an hour before I had to leave. Iron shirt, that whole thing.
Yes,
and
sir.
then
Got back home.
left for work a little before 2.
What time you got back home?
I didn't close that night, so I got home probably a little after 11.
Sunday. When did you
I'm
find
off
out?
on Sunday.
Okay.
We're closed.
So when did you find out that Liz was found murdered?
Sunday, I don't even know if it was the afternoon. It may have been like 10 or 11 o'clock. John had, I guess, called my mom, asked me to borrow my phone to call her. He had tried to call her a number of times, but I guess this was out of power or whatever.
What's your number, sir?
Pardon?
What's your phone number?
Here, I don't know it by heart. It's 9892 something. Wait, you got it. Call me.
No, I didn't. He did.
Oh, sorry. It's 713.
Did Liz have a best friend, a girlfriend, or anybody that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Mm-hmm.
I know that on Sundays after work, she would go to, I think, TGI Fridays and drink. And a couple of times John would go pick her up from work and come back without her because she had gone drinking and somebody was going to bring her back to the house.
So again, who told you Liz had been found murdered?
My mother did.
Miss Gale?
Yeah.
Okay.
John was kind of standing in the hallway while I had the conversation with her. He was just crying.
Yes.
And it took a while for my mom to even be able to tell me so. I didn't know what was going on.
Does Jonathan have any best friends? Any guys he hangs out with?
No. He's got friends that he talks to on the phone. I want to say that maybe somebody's name is Greg, but that's kind of a long shot. I don't know where I'm getting that from. I may have heard that name in passing, or maybe something similar to that. He's got friends that he talks to on the phone, but as far as I know, he doesn't go visit anybody.
Are you a gamer? Do you play the games and all that like Liz do?
Just on my phone. I play that Marvel Contest of Champions, this little fighting game. I grew up
You
with
weren't
comic
all,
books.
you
So.
weren't all high tech like she was with the headset and all that.
Oh
crap.
God, no. I owned one of the original PlayStations, 10 years ago or something. And most of my time with that was just watching my friends who knew how to play it watch it. I mean, so I would just kind of watch them.
You talked to Jonathan this morning?
Did I talk to him this morning?
Yes, sir.
Briefly.
What was that conversation?
He said he woke up this morning because he heard Autumn crying in the other room. And his first thought as soon as he woke up was, I wish he would get off her lazy ass and take care of the baby, or at least bring her out here.
Yes, sir.
And then he immediately realized that. And then he started breaking down crying.
Do you know of any domestic disputes between Jonathan and all this?
Arguing. As far as anything else, I don't know.
Right. Have you ever seen her with any physical evidence?
No.
He did tell us that they had physical altercations before, and he did punch her before and stuff like that.
If he did, that was before I ever met her.
And then, yes, just your knowledge is all I need. But you never saw with any physical evidence, or them get into a tie, them never tying up anything?
No.
Never?
No. I mean, I think the time that I've spent with the two of them, they've been there, it's just been so distant that even when they're like bickering back and forth, there's a distance between them.
Yes, sir. You ever seen Jonathan use any other cars?
No.
What about it?
His car been in the shop recently with some problems or something.
Yeah, I guess he had like a punctured tire or something, and I think the thing was still under warranty, so he dropped it off at the Nissan dealership.
When was that?
A week ago, I want to say.
You know which Nissan dealership?
I have no idea, couldn't tell you. I mean, I only knew about it because I came home, his car was gone, and he was here, and I'm like, well, I know Liz didn't take the car.
You gotta be at work for Thursday?
If we run a little bit late, I can call them, they'll certainly understand.
No, but is that the time?
Yeah.
We'll be fine. No.
So I just need to have time to take a shower, iron
You'll
my
be
shirt,
fine.
get all that stuff.
We're good. Never seen anybody else come pick Liz up besides you guys and transport her anywhere?
No, and even when somebody like dropped her off from, whatever, TGI Fridays, or gave her a drive back from work or wherever it was, I never ever saw those people.
Since she's been living in that house, has she ever left for an extended period of time with anybody?
She did have like some kind of overnight stay with somebody she said was a friend of hers, but again, that was a month or so ago. She said she needed a break, and so she left, and that's as much as I know. Excuse me. Boss is calling.
Go ahead. Do you have any questions for me or anything? You thinking of anything that's been on your mind? Anything that's going conversation through the house that y'all might want answered from us?
No, I mean, I know that it's got to be difficult. I mean, I can't think of anything. I mean, there are things that I hope. I just want there to be something definitive. So I keep hoping that at some point there's going to be some kind of something on a camera. I know that we never get lucky enough to actually see somebody doing something on the camera, but
All right.
To be able to at least identify, whatever, point A to point B, how much time lapsed. I don't know. My head's been swimming about what could make something stick.
Yes, sir.
What could help identify somebody, or if nothing else, exonerate John in some way. I just want.
Your
My mom's a wreck.
Yeah. Your mom had a gun that Jonathan pawned.
Yeah.
Did she have any other guns?
To my knowledge, no. I think she might have like a shotgun, but I don't know if she has that in the house.
Yes, 22 rifle.
I couldn't tell you. The only thing I know about is the pistol.
Yeah. How is Jonathan? Is he intelligent, man?
Oh yeah, he's very intelligent.
Because I had an occasion to talk to Jonathan yesterday, right? And we've been down here, and working, and just some things he's not been able to explain. And I'm not trying to point the finger at Jonathan. I'm just trying to help me understand it. Why did you go pawn another gun? Oh, I forgot. Hey man, have you ever been to the pawn shop? Yeah, I pawned mama's gun. No problem. Your mama told us about that. Anything else? Nope, never. No other times. Jonathan's been pawning at that pawn shop for 10 years. Why lie to the police about anything?
Yeah.
Is Jonathan capable of this?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he's a smart guy,
Mm-hmm.
but he's probably a little too smart for his own good. He overthinks things.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's like you're trying to have a conversation with the guy, you just get caught up in semantics, and it can be difficult.
And that's all we're trying to understand. I mean, when you get holes in it, it's just like, man, come on, help me out. Why is there holes in so much? I don't know. We'll wait for the captain to come back in, but I think I don't know if I can think of anything else. How's the house normally kept up? Who cleans the house?
My mom, she pretty much takes care of her room and like the general living area.
Yes, sir.
And she, insists that Rowan on occasion tidies up her bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Everybody else is kind of left unto their own.
Carpets are shampooed recently or anything like that?
What's that?
Are the carpets shampooed recently?
No. No, it's because the carpet in the living room is like, it's just sitting on a mat or something, so I don't know if that would even work on those. But it's been ages since the carpet's been shampooed. I think the last time was probably maybe before those guys moved in.
Yeah.
Because they had lived there once before with her.
Yes, sir.
And she had me like paint the walls because I guess there was like Coke splatter on the wall. I guess people put out pipe or something against the wall, so there's ash stuck to it.
So on Thursday, did Jonathan leave the house at all before you left? From the time you woke up to the time you left?
I honestly don't recall. I know that I went to my room and I pretty much kind of stayed there, did my thing, cleaning up, and I couldn't tell you with any certainty whatsoever if he was there at the time or not when I left. For some reason, I think he was, because on one day he was like transporting some books or something, because occasionally he'll go through some of his books in the garage.
So we're just talking about Thursday, just Thursday.
Yeah, I don't remember what day that was.
And just to be sure, you left about 2 p.m.
Yeah.
And you got home, there was no cars.
Right.
And what time you woke up Thursday?
Thursday morning?
You saw Liz about
I pretty much always get up around 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir. You saw Liz about 11. She was in the kitchen. You went out to smoke.
Yeah, maybe it was earlier that I saw them, because I kind of assumed that, or wait a minute, I assumed that they were up because he was going to be taking her to work.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think it occurred to me that it seemed like late, or they were late. So I don't know, yeah, sometime between them. I mean, I'm assuming it was 11.
You remember what she was wearing?
No, I mean, honestly, I don't. When they're going back and forth or something, I don't try to make eye contact. I just try to keep to myself, like I don't hear anything, and I don't want to get in their business.
When was the last time Jonathan worked?
I think the last time I was at home was probably about a week ago, I guess. A week and a half. I don't know, he's working part-time. It was only a couple of days, and it was on days, I guess, we're supposed to be scheduled to be days when Liz wasn't working. So there'd be somebody there to watch the children, because my mom's always working.
You never had a physical relationship with Liz?
God, no.
You got anything?
You think Jonathan is capable of doing anything like this?
No.
I asked that question.
Oh, you asked it, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I stepped out.
I mean,
That's why you get the big bucks.
it just seems monstrous.
Right?
Has there been any changes around the house from Thursday on up? Jonathan's demeanor change, your mom's, that you know of?
Oh, since Thursday.
Yeah, since Thursday or Friday. Prior to you knowing that Liz was deceased, was there any changes in his attitude or anything that you
Well,
know?
yeah, my mom can't attest to because she was away, and Jonathan, no, he seemed pretty much the same. You know, maybe a little more quiet or something because of kind of realizing that he was solely responsible for the kids. As little help as Liz was, you know, it at least was, you know, something, I guess. So now he's really having questions about what he's going to do with this job.
Yes, sir. Jonathan have a bank account?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure Liz may have. I think at some point I saw like some kind of debit card.
Yes, sir.
So they keep stuff sitting out all the time. But as far as I know,
Never been with him and y'all had to pay for something or he offered to pay for something.
no, they don't have. No, God, no.
I know, right? Sometimes, you know, as an investigator, you know the answer to the question, but I mean, you have to ask it. Anything else, Detective?
Any cleaning that Jonathan might have done around the house? If you notice, is there new bed sheets there or anything like that? If you notice any changes in their bedroom or?
Well, yeah. When you know, when Liz was at work, and this has been going on for some time now, but when Liz would work and John would be at home for an extended period, he'd go in and clean up her room. You know, she, like when I say that she lived in that room, she literally lived in that room. So, you know, there'd be dirty dishes and dirty diapers left in that room. He would go in and basically just clean all that out. When I guess she had left, you know, he started doing the same thing. He just started cleaning out the garbage and washing the dishes that were left in the room and that sort of thing. You know, he cried talking to me, said he, you know, after she had left, you know, he was cleaning out the room and he started thinking about, you know, well, I think about moving some stuff around and get off the couch and then he started crying because he realized that's not how he wanted this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he was a little distraught that she had left, but she had been talking about leaving for I don't know how long now. And
Did he tell you about any planned changes that he wanted to do to the room?
No. I mean, no, he was just
Any
he was
new
just
bed
really
sheets?
emotional that
Any new bed sheets, stuff like that?
I don't think there's bed sheets on the bed at all. He hasn't been back in there. You know, the baby stays in there because that's where her crib is, and she can sleep when everybody else is watching TV without being, you know, interrupted. But
was there normally bed sheets on the bed?
Yeah, I think so.
And there's none there now, or?
Not that I'm aware of. I think all that stuff got, you know, just like I said before, when she would kind of leave, he would go and wash all the towels and things like that that had been left in the room. So, and I know that, I guess she had apparently bought a bunch of things before she left. She bought a bunch of new clothes, bought some new bath towels or something, and all that stuff was gone. He said really the only things that appeared to be missing was some little box that she had, some little book that she had that, you know, she writes down like spells or something, and her clothes and some new towels that she bought. And apparently, you know, normally when she like buys stuff, she'll like kind of break them out and show everybody, whatever. But just kind of kept her stuff to herself.
Do you know if they've been intimate?
I don't know. I have not seen anything that would indicate that they had. But again, you know, I don't spend a whole lot of time there at the house.
Do you know if Jonathan has a vasectomy or is he fertile?
I would assume that he's fertile because autumn happened, and I doubt he would have had the resources to get a vasectomy since.
Right.
But I couldn't tell you.
When you saw her Thursday in the kitchen, what was she doing?
Just standing in there.
You know if she was fixing something to eat or?
No, I don't know. I don't know if she was drinking coffee or anything like that. I try to pay as little attention as possible.
You know what she normally eats during the day like that?
I don't. I know that she's a really picky eater. I know that, you know, when I have occasion, when I'm not working, I usually try to take some of the load off my mom by cooking for everybody. I enjoy doing that. But there are very few things that she would eat. She mostly like come out during the day when nobody was there and make some of those pizza rolls or something like
I
that.
like noodles and stuff.
Huh?
Like some noodles or anything? Will she eat stuff like that?
I guess it was a lot of junk food, mostly like frozen stuff.
Ramen noodles, lo mein.
There's ramen noodles in the house. I didn't know if she ate that. I assume she probably did. I know that Rowan likes those ramen noodles, so I know that's why they were there. She may have eaten them. Again, I hardly ever saw her eat at all. She did that in private.
No mention of ever wanting to go to Louisiana for anything?
Oh yeah, like I said, she'd mentioned doing that like all the time. She loved it. Was talking about getting a job back there. There's a Bed Bath and Beyond, I guess, in Louisiana that she was considering trying to get transferred to. Yeah, I think the only thing holding her back was, you know, just how would she manage to support herself if she did that? Because I'm certain she wasn't making enough money to live on her own. And if she did have any intention of leaving with the baby, there's no way in hell she could swing that, as far as I know, because she doesn't have any family that I know of except for some estranged aunts or something. I mean, hell, we did like one of those people searches when we tried to figure out when she was.
Did she have a computer?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I know that John's got a desktop computer that's sitting in the living room, has been forever. I don't know if there was
Is John's computer operable?
I believe it is. I'm not sure. It has been plugged in for weeks.
But it's not like plugged into a monitor or anything right now?
Not now, no. Yeah, so I did this people finders thing. We just found out, I guess, that she had been left some condominium by her mother after she died. I guess didn't know it. Eventually, the city picked it up for taxes not being paid on it.
What you think Mom's thinking right now? I mean, have you overheard any conversation between her and Jonathan?
I mean, some. You know, he's worried sick. You know, she's upset because she knows that in any investigation like this, you know, the first thing you're going to do is like the person closest to them. So he's going to be put under a lot of heat. And, you know, without him having like a steady job that can vouch for his whereabouts all the time, that's going to obviously raise some flags. So she's concerned like anybody would be. She's an intelligent woman.
And I understand that, but we can verify that with just honesty, open honesty.
Yeah.
From everybody, and we can verify. That's our job too.
Look, I mean, like anybody else. I mean, when it happened, and we were like, you know, anything could happen. We don't know. It's you know, she was worried. I mean, she asked him flat out if he had anything to do with it.
Yes, sir.
And you know, he said no, and so she believes him.
Yes, sir.
You know, I believe him.
You think he would have told her the truth if he had?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I mean, I couldn't imagine what kind of frame of mind you'd have to be in to do something that horrible in the first place. And
yeah,
I can't imagine what kind of frame of mind you'd have for the rest of your life after doing something like that.
What man, actually here done something I wanted to actually tip of my tongue. And it's totally just slipped my mind. Mm-hmm. I might jump in because I'm trying to think about it.
Count to 10. Stop thinking about it. Count to 10 and it'll pop right out of your mouth. It's usually what works for me.
I want to say something about
Did they pay for their cell phones and all that, Liz?
Dude, you've been reading my mind. That's what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, Liz paid for the cell phone. She also paid the cable bill. I think the rationale, not the cable bill, the internet. The rationale, of course, was I guess that that was her entire life. So she wanted to make sure that she had dedicated, like, throughput and reliable internet for her Xbox stuff.
Is the internet off now?
It's weird. It's like intermittent. There's occasionally there'll be a little blip. I mean, it says that we've got Wi-Fi.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
And I can run stuff off of Wi-Fi on occasion, but I go to a site every once in a while and it says there's a problem with the account. So I assume that she hasn't paid it in a while.
Yes, sir. That's what I wanted to ask you. That was the question, the exact question. Who paid the phone bills?
Yeah, she paid the phone bills.
Right.
For her and John.
Now, whenever yesterday there was another little phone that is a little flip phone. I know Jonathan's got a little track phone, like a Go phone, prepaid. But there was another one in the bedroom. You know who that one was for?
I have no idea. I know that he has a horrible habit of breaking phones, and they would miss payments on things and have to get new plans, and so he probably had internet phones for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
And that's just me kind of guessing. I have no idea.
Did you kill this?
Yeah.
Gotta ask. You asked already?
No, I didn't.
Gotta ask.
Yeah, I would think that'd be the first one, gentlemen. But
And I'd say we mind concluding 11:52. I appreciate your cooperation, man. How long have you known Liz?
It would have been 2 years, middle of May, because it was when I started here.
How would you describe Liz?
I mean, she was really sweet. You know, she tried to treat everybody really well, and I don't think she thought of as much of herself as she should have. But I mean, granted, the way that she was raised, what she had dealt with, you know, earlier in life, you know, that sort of made things harder for her as well. And
did she open up to you?
yeah, I mean, with some stuff, she was kind of closed off about things with some people. I mean, she would tell us like bits and pieces. And so, I mean, we would get a little bit of a picture, but she still stayed closed off about some things. I mean, we were worried about her husband.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like, we were kind of worried about her husband, and some of my coworkers had even said that they offered her, you know, a place to live besides there, and, you know, she would say no.
Why worry about the husband?
Just from how he had been previously, things that we had heard, how she would show up at work sometimes.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe a month or two ago, she had come in, she had, like, supposedly just strained her arm really bad. Something had happened. She said it happened at work, but none of us saw anything like that at work, so we were starting to wonder if it was something there. And I mean, and she has no way to get anywhere without him.
Yes, ma'am.
But I mean, we know that she had been talking to other people as well.
Tell me about that.
Well, I know she was a big online gamer. Pretty much any time that she wasn't at work or with her daughter, she was online. So I know she talked to a lot of people that way. There were a couple of people that she talked to a little more in depth, kind of relationship-wise. One person I think was up in New Jersey. It was someplace northeast coast.
Yes, ma'am.
And the other person.
I get the boss texting me, he was calling.
And the other one as I found out the other day talking to a coworker, she was apparently telling us different things.
What you mean?
She had told me that one of the guys that had come down here to visit, which was probably a month ago, she had told me that he was from Louisiana, and she had told somebody, or no, she had told me that he was from Oklahoma, and she had told someone else that it was Louisiana.
Versus her telling you
It was Oklahoma. And I mean, and I had even asked her, you know, a couple times, who's like, hey, I forgot, where is that guy from?
Yes, ma'am.
And she had said Oklahoma again. So, I mean, that, like, it almost makes me wonder even more
what was
why. Yeah.
Right. She ever tell you about wanting to leave, go anywhere?
I mean, her dream was always to go back to New Orleans. She felt like that was where she needed to be, that she felt like that was her home, but there was no sort of plans for her to go.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, we had no idea. I mean, we've been trying to contact her for days,
right,
and weren't getting anything. I'd started to think maybe their cell phone, they just couldn't pay for their cell phone.
Whenever you communicated with her, how did you communicate with her outside of work?
Occasionally, but like I hadn't been getting texts from her in a while. And I found out apparently somehow the number had gotten blocked. I didn't do it.
Yes, ma'am.
But apparently it had, so that's why I wasn't getting stuff from her. And so when I realized that and it turned it on, it was already at the point where we weren't hearing from her. Because I thought, you know, texts just weren't going through. Because I would try to text her and wouldn't get anything back, or.
Yes, ma'am. What did she tell you about how was home life in Humble?
I mean, she's pretty much there because she had to be. She had no other option.
Right. Did y'all talk about intimacy, with her being intimate with anyone?
No, she wasn't intimate with anyone.
Was she intimate with her husband?
No.
How do you know that?
Just from stories I've heard and how much she disliked him. They hadn't been close in a long time, probably since the last baby was conceived.
Yes, ma'am.
Because, I mean, they were trying to make things work because they already had one daughter together.
Yes, ma'am.
And so they've been trying to work it out, and that happened. And so, I mean, I know he was trying to keep family together. She had made a comment to me at one point saying, because she was talking about moving up to the East Coast with this one guy, and she had mentioned something to Jonathan, and he had said, well, fine, you can leave, but I'm going to follow you.
She told Jonathan she would go up to the East Coast? She told him about any of these online gamers?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know she told him about online gamers?
Well, I mean, I never talked to him personally.
Right.
But she had told me that she had been completely open with him because he was going to find out one way or another. And it was better to just tell him than him find out some other way.
Did she say how he reacted when she would tell him?
I mean, I don't think he was necessarily the happiest about it since he was still trying to make things work.
Yes, ma'am.
But I mean, she never told me if he was sexually violent or anything after her saying that. But I mean, I don't know, we just always worried about her. I mean, and we have been trying to get her out of there for a while, and saying, you know, you need to get away from him because, you know, we just don't really trust him. But she was staying there for the kids, and that was pretty much her only financial choice.
What? Let's get back to the intimacy again. Mm-hmm. For her not to be intimate with him, obviously since the last baby was born,
mm-hmm.
if that's in fact his, but
it is. But
yeah, I mean, we heard of some strange stories, so I just, you know, as I can't be biased,
right?
So then, since the last baby when was the last time you saw her?
It was probably a week and a half ago.
Okay, before she went missing, so
mm-hmm.
a week and a half ago. We are it's April 28th right now, so that's a Thursday. She was last seen in this store. She worked on the 19th, but she went home early.
That was the last time I saw her. It was the 19th.
Did she go home early?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you did see her that day?
Yeah.
Did you talk to her after that?
No. like I said, I tried to contact her and wasn't getting anything back, and so I and that was like I said, I thought that maybe their phone had gotten cut off because he had. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, I know we were talking about.
Okay.
But so the 19th you saw her in the store. Conversations prior to the 19th. When was the last time she said that she made mention about her not being intimate with him at all? Like how long ago? Months? You know.
I mean, it's probably been at least a month or two
that she said that. She's like, okay, where were y'all at, and how did she say it?
We were in the break room. It was just us.
Yes.
Because we only occasionally get to talk, at work because we're busy, and so we had a little time to chat, see how things were going, because I was worried about how she was doing, and I mean, she made a comment one day saying, wow, when the person from Oklahoma, Louisiana, whichever, was coming down to visit.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was like, yeah, actually, might get to have a little fun. And she's like, 'cause it's been months. And so it made it sound like it was the last, like when baby was conceived.
Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, she wasn't a very public person. She was pretty private about her truly personal life. And so, I mean, I know.
When did Oklahoma come down, or Louisiana? Just to be clear, it was Louisiana. Unless there's another person, but she did hook up with a guy from Oklahoma.
I don't know if they actually hooked up because she was sick.
Right.
They still met up.
They met up. He came back.
I don't know if they actually
when was that?
slept together.
Can you see that for me?
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think. It was might have been February or March.
Okay.
But then she started talking to someone else, the person along the East Coast, and she had told the Oklahoma, Louisiana guy, I'm really sorry, but I don't think it's going to work out. We can be friends, but I'm interested in this other person. And
yes,
so I asked how, that went. I was like, is he okay? And she said, yeah, he was okay about it.
What, did she ever tell you that she would just up and leave? Like I had to get out for the weekend or something?
I mean, there'd be times where she would want to, but she wouldn't because of her kids, or she'd have to work. I mean, like I said, her dream was to be in New Orleans.
Right.
But, I mean, she couldn't drive.
She ever said that, you know her to disrespect her kids or be neglect to them, leave them alone?
No.
Without any supervision?
Not that I know of.
I mean, did she ever have the excuse that she couldn't do something with you because she couldn't find a babysitter or something?
Well, I mean, there was typically if she couldn't watch her, there was typically someone else that could.
Yes,
because she lived with Jonathan and his grandmother.
What'd she
and
say
so, from
about
my understanding, the grandmother would watch her whenever she was working, and Jonathan wasn't.
What did she say about the grandmother? How was her feelings?
I mean, I think the grandmother kind of tolerated her, but I don't know if she was necessarily the happiest about her being there.
Actual question. Did you have a boyfriend? Or do you have a boyfriend right now?
I did.
What was his name?
Thomas Griffin.
Tommy, they call him. Right. And what was the deal? We tend to learn that Tommy was not happy with Liz.
It was mostly due on how she would talk to him, that she didn't really like him, and so that it was sort of reciprocated.
When did Liz get a chance to meet Tommy? When did you and Tommy break up?
Oh, we broke up. The first time was back in December.
What's his last name? Thomas?
Griffin.
Griffin?
Yes.
You got his phone number?
Not on me.
Yes, ma'am. Where does he live?
He's over in Cypress.
Cypress, Texas? How long has it been since you've seen him?
Less than a week.
Where does he
I
drive?
talked to him the other day. Something Mitsubishi he got not too long ago. Because his other one broke down.
You have his phone number in your phone?
Should be in my phone.
Okay, tell me what happened with that. Why they had that little animosity?
Well, she just didn't. Some of the things he would do would just be frustrating or just ridiculous, like just between him and I. And since she was my friend, I would vent to her. And so then things piling on and on and on, she just didn't like him whenever, because he would come in the store a lot. And so that bothered her as well, or whenever he would call up here. And so my feeling was that she was civil. He had felt that she was not. Granted, nothing, he would never do anything.
What did he do? What did he do to you that pissed her off?
I mean, it's just how possessive, kind of controlling he was. Like, I couldn't go out and do things with anybody. You know, just things like that. She wanted to end it. And, I mean, she tried a couple times.
She tried to end your relationship? Yes. How did she try to end it?
Just like phone calls, text messages.
To you or him?
To him. When I would, the couple of times that I would get to go out with her, and he would be upset because I was with her.
Right.
And not with him instead. So, but I mean, he would never do anything. I mean, he might not have necessarily liked her, but he still cared about her well-being.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't. He wouldn't have done anything.
Right.
I mean, and all the stuff that's been going,
yeah.
Like all of the stuff that's even been going on between him and I, he's yet to hit me or anything like that. Grab me, nothing.
Right. And don't overthink this. It's just. It
I'm
was brought
just,
to our attention,
yeah.
and we got her to make light of it, and heads or tails, and how it works.
Right.
And without, you know what I'm saying, he would never do it. He's not even a suspect.
Right. I know. I'm just.
But,
because he actually had a feeling that you guys might bring it up.
Did you tell him we was here and stuff like that?
No.
Why you knew we would bring it up?
Well, they had, like, we just knew that they were doing some sort of investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, didn't know if you guys were talking to us or not, because we had just seen something on the news. And so I was like, well, you know, they're probably questioning anybody that they can see. And so he figured you guys had gotten a hold of her phone and seen text messages or whatever between them. And
yes, ma'am. What is the Mitsubishi? Is a car, truck?
It's a car.
What color?
Silver or beige? I think it's silver. I think it's silver. Well, you got it not too long ago. I'm pretty sure it's silver. It still doesn't even have the tags on it. He still hasn't gotten the plates, so it's just the temporaries.
Yes, ma'am. And you don't know Thomas's number?
Not off the top of my head.
You can get it for us before we leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What kind of work does he do?
He's kind of been between jobs multiple times, but he just recently started with Kroger. I think he actually starts there on Sunday.
Have you ever been to Louisiana with Liz?
No.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all haven't had a girls' night out occasion to, like, get away, you know, not, you know?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's just, you know, Fridays or something, you know, right over there. It's not like we go on a road trip or anything.
So y'all never, like, went overnight anywhere?
No.
I don't know what else, anything?
Yes, not lost contact.
Huh?
Last contact.
Her and Tommy?
No, her and Liz.
Yeah, it was the 19th.
19th when she came in.
No text message or phone calls after that.
She tried.
No, because apparently her number had gotten blocked at some point. I don't know how. I didn't do it. And so, because I had been trying to text her and wasn't getting anything back, she had told me, like, when I was, you know, in contact with her, you know, she said, well, I've been texting you. Haven't you gotten anything? And I said, no.
She was blocked.
Mm-hmm.
How long you and Thomas dated?
9 months.
Yeah, together again? Y'all trying to make it work?
Not really. Trying to do the friend thing, and that's not going well
What's
either.
his birthday?
So. December 12th, 1982.
And when y'all were together watching the news, you said?
Well, he was just on his phone and had seen something on Facebook. And, I mean, I had found out the other day when I came into work. And was told that you guys wanted to talk to me and didn't I guess you guys left, or
Yeah, we had a list of people.
We had a list of people. When we started talking to people here, we had some.
We got pulled.
We got pulled for some stuff that was a little bit more time sensitive. We had to get on, but
gotcha.
we've been slowly trying to get back over here and
Right.
knock everything out that we need to talk to.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. Anything you'd like to add? Any questions for us?
I mean, unless you guys have any sort of update.
I mean, the update is, how did she get to Louisiana?
I know, and that's the biggest thing, because she can't drive. I mean, it's not that she just doesn't have a car, she doesn't know how to drive.
Right.
And I mean, Jonathan was always the one that would pick her up from work, take her places, or it would be the grandmother.
You ever known her to take a bus when she went on a trip anywhere? Buy a bus ticket?
No, I mean, the couple times that she had gone somewhere, I think it was with somebody. And even then, that had been months ago. That was probably over a year.
She ever say anything? Jonathan ever hit her or anything like that?
Not specifically, but she had shown up with a black eye as well.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 2-3 months ago. And wouldn't tell us how it happened.
Right.
But
when was the strained arm versus the black eye?
strained arm was
1 or 2 months ago?
It's probably about 2 months ago.
And when was the black eye?
Melissa would know because she had seen her. I don't think I'd seen her when she actually had the black eye. I had heard about it, but it might have been 4 months ago.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Who was her best friend?
I don't know really who her best friend might be. I know she was close with Katie. She was really close with Katie. I mean, she was pretty close with me. She was kind of close with Melissa. I mean, she just... Unfortunately, she kept a lot of her personal stuff to herself, or would only tell each of us bits and pieces.
Laurie would have any information?
Huh?
Laurie?
Lori, she might.
Heather?
Probably not. I don't think either of them were that close outside of work. I mean, they talked at work,
Yeah.
but I don't think they were.
Danielle?
None of them were close. Daniela?
Yeah.
No.
Who's Jessica Schilling?
She used to work here. She's not here anymore. She's working at Wells Fargo. I think it's Wells Fargo, one of the banks. I have her number though.
I do too.
Okay.
Lynn Whit? Lynn?
Whitehead?
Lynn Whitehead?
Yeah, they probably don't talk outside of work.
Right.
I mean, she might have heard a couple things here at work, but it's probably the same things that we heard. And I mean, she wasn't into heavy drugs or anything.
What kind of music she like?
I think it was kind of like hip hop, rap kind of thing. Like I know she likes Eminem because we were listening to that in the car.
Jazz?
No, I think it's mostly like hip hop, rap. Certainly not country.
Yes, ma'am. All right, man.
I know she wasn't into like hardcore drugs.
Yeah.
I mean,
But she had said anything about Jonathan ever saying, "I'll kill you"?
She never said it to me, but we did worry.
It was that bad that y'all worried? I mean...
Well, I mean, just the fact, because I mean, it wasn't, I would say it was a hostile situation at the house, but I mean, it seemed like it was there was a lot of tension. The fact that she was there at his grandmother's house. And I mean, and I don't know if he got angry because she was talking more and more about leaving, because she did have plans to eventually move away with someone.
How would you describe him?
I never personally met him. Some of the people here have, but from what I've heard from her and the people that have met him, he's not the best of guys, that he had hurt her before when they were together.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like I said, we've been trying to get her out of there.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody that had a free place.
Did she ever say who his friends were?
Mm-mm.
No. Anybody that you would know that would know who his friends were? All right, man. We're gonna finish this up now at 13. 53.
With circumstantial evidence mounting against Jonathan Alley, police arrest him and bring him in for an interview.
Jonathan, this is Major Ronnie Abel, okay?
Hey, John. Nice to meet you, Major. How you doing, man? Yeah, I know it's a little inconvenient right there.
How are you, Detective? That's Detective Leslie Bradford. I'm sure in the affidavits and stuff you might have read her name before. Mm-hmm. All right. Major Ronnie Abel is our major over all the criminal investigations division. Any detective that works for Iberville Parish Sheriff's Office, he's over. He does administration. So if you got any questions you want to ask him about anything, any performance of any duties, this is the gentleman you need to talk to. All right? In the mix of all that, this is your Miranda warnings. This is what I read to you when we got in the truck leaving out of the county, okay?
Okay.
What address you want to use? Major, he's got a little Bible that he had while he was in Harris County. He'd like to have access to his Bible and stuff like that.
I'll make sure that you.
Thank you, Major.
Take it in with you. That's not a problem. Let him move for a good check.
What's the highest grade you completed in school, Jonathan?
12th.
Correct spelling of your name?
JONATHANALLEE.
Jonathan, this is exactly what I explained to you in the car. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can move against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you free of charge before any questioning. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and answer questions and make any statements. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand the right to explain to you?
Yes, sir.
Can you put your initials on yes, please?
I know it's going to be hard for you in that angle. All right. The second one actually is, having been read your rights, and you make a statement and talk to us now. We'd like to ask you a few questions, and if you would like to talk to us, we ask that you put your initials, just sign your name, acknowledging we read you your rights. I've got a few questions for you, and in the same sense, if you got any questions for me, I would certainly do everything I can to help you.
I certainly intend to cooperate in the fullness of any statement I make. But I also intend to exercise my constitutional right for a lawyer.
Okay.
Can you sign it, please?
Certainly.
What David? All that. That's okay. All right. I see where you checked off here that you do not want to speak to us.
Correct.
Okay.
Not without having a lawyer present.
I understand. What we'll do now, we'll just go ahead and book you on the affidavit for second-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
6:10 p.m. of 6/2.
6:10?
Yes, sir. It's 18:10.
What's today's date?
6/2. It's been a long road, brother. It's been a long road.
Yes, it has.
I feel like we've got to know each other pretty well.
I think so.
I guess my question
I
is...
couldn't help but like you.
Sir?
I said before I couldn't help but like you.
Yeah, but I guess my question is to you, I mean, and obviously, you know, there's nothing incriminating. Did you, your attorney in Texas, did they tell you, like, to wait till you get the attorney before you talk to us?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I was wondering.
Yeah, we respect that. We respect it.
If, once you get an attorney here and you want to talk to us and with intent to cooperate, well, just we can't contact you, so you'd have to contact us.
Okay.
All right?
Not a problem.
Hang tight.
Jonathan Alley maintains he was home with his two daughters the night Elizabeth was killed. Desperate to check his alibi, investigators enlist the help of a specialist pediatric psychologist to interview 5-year-old Rowan.
You want something to do? I have some Play-Doh while we're talking if you're interested.
I'm interested in Play-Doh. I love Play-Doh.
Do you? Okay. Alrighty. I've got a couple colors. What color would you like to use? I've got red. I think the red's getting a little hard though. Got green. Thought I had a purple.
I want all of them.
Oh, you want all of them? Okay.
Because
Let's just have a few out because it takes up a lot of space.
And I'm not gonna leave my creations out. I'm gonna make some notes with it sometime because I don't want Play-Doh to dry out.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And don't mix colors up.
That's right. Well, my name is Lisa Holcomb. What's your name?
My name is Rowan Elizabeth Ali.
And how old are you?
5.
5?
And I can even brush my teeth by myself. I can lay in my bunk bed by myself.
Have you had a birthday?
No.
All right.
Yeah. I was very happy on my 4th and 5th birthday.
Were you? All right. Well, I want to get to know you and talk with you here today, okay? Everything we talk about is recorded. That's the camera on the wall that's recording us in here, okay?
Okay.
It's to protect what we're saying and doing in here, okay?
Okay.
All right. And before we talk more, I want to let you know some things, okay?
Okay.
If I ask you something and you don't know it, say I don't know, okay?
Okay.
So let's try that. What's the address here?
I don't know.
Okay. And also, if I say something wrong, I want you to tell me I'm wrong and give me the right answer.
Okay.
So, if I say your name is Nancy, what would you say?
You said something wrong?
All right, because what's your name?
Rowan.
Rowan. And Rowan, also I want to make sure you know what a truth means and what a lie means, okay? So, what does a truth mean to you?
It's something that you really mean you're gonna do.
All right. What does a lie mean to you?
It's something that you don't really mean to do, and the devil likes when you tell a lie.
All right. And tell me, what happens when somebody tells lies?
They get in trouble.
Okay.
They get a punishment from their parents.
Okay. While we're in here, we are only allowed to tell the truth. Will you promise to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right.
I promise.
Thank you. And also, if I ask you something that you don't get, tell me you don't get it, okay? If you don't understand, and I can ask another way. So, like if I ask you, what's my gender? What would you say?
I don't get it.
I'm asking if I'm a boy or a girl.
You're a girl.
And what are you?
A girl.
A girl. And also, you were telling me you had a 4th and a 5th birthday. I want you to tell me all about your 5th birthday from the start to the end. Tell me all about it.
In the morning, I got a birthday biscuit and bacon. And let's see. I think, well, I think that was, I don't remember the rest.
All right, well, tell me in the morning, when you got your biscuit and bacon, who made your biscuit and bacon?
My grandma.
Your grandma. And who was there with you?
Well, Grandma was there with me because it was my birthday. And Uncle Steve and my uncle, I have to live in my grandma's house because we had to give away our house, my own house. And my uncle lived there. His name was Uncle Steve, and he was in the living room with me. And Grandma was there too.
All right. And tell me about when you were there and you were in the living room. What was Uncle Steve doing?
He was just watching shows.
He was watching shows. Okay. Well, so you told me who lives in your home. I want you to tell me the name of everyone that lives with you now.
Mom died, but Grandma lives with me. Uncle Steve lives with me. Daddy, I have a dog named Rose, and I don't have a grandpa anymore, but I have another grandma, and her name is RR. She lives at the and she doesn't live in Humble anymore. There's too many people, and she she moved to Livingston. She has a lake house, and I have another dog named Toby, and he lives with RR.
Alright, tell me Daddy's name.
John.
John? What's John's last name?
Ellie.
Allie? Okay. What's Grandma's name?
Gail.
Gail. Right. And where does everyone sleep at your home?
I sleep in Grandma's office where she used to work, and there's not any more work stuff in there. Everything got changed when I got my bunk bed, but now I have my TV again. It's fun having a bunk bed.
And tell me, you have a sister or brother?
I have a sister, but not a brother.
Oh, what's your sister's name?
Autumn Ellie.
Oh, okay. And where does she sleep?
She still sleeps in a crib in my mother's room that used to be hers.
Oh, and tell me your mother's name.
Her name was Liz Ellie.
Liz Ellie. Okay.
Okay.
If there was something that's happened that was wrong or was not supposed to happen, we're allowed to talk about it here, okay? If something made you sad, we're allowed to talk about it. So,
it made me cry. It was so loud that everybody in Humble could hear me when my mother died.
Okay. I wasn't there, okay? So I want you to tell me about the last time, the very last day you saw your mom from the start to the end. Tell me all about it, from the very first thing that happened to the very last thing.
The last time I saw my mommy was before the day Grandma told me that my mom died.
Okay, so before the day that she told you she died, tell me about that day before she died.
Well, I don't remember the day before she died.
Okay. What about the day? Like, tell me about the last time you saw Mommy. I want you to tell me everything about that day.
Well, the last time I saw I don't remember much about it because it's been a few days before that happened. Before the day that Grandma told me that my mother died. No, I don't quite remember.
Okay. And tell me about whenever
I need a bean.
Whenever you were at your home, tell me, what would you see at home?
I would see Grandma's door to her room when I was in the living room. I would see our chair when she used to live at my house. I would see the TV. I would see the kitchen. I would see the bar with the two black stools on it with the brown legs.
Okay. Tell me more about your mommy, what you would see happening to Mommy.
Sometimes she would fight with the dad, but Dad would never hit Mommy. Mommy would never do something to hurt Daddy. They would just sometimes argue about a boyfriend that Daddy thought it was fake.
About a boyfriend that Daddy thought was fake? What made Daddy think the boyfriend was fake?
Well, you see, Daddy thought that Mommy always wanted to spend more time with her boyfriend named Brad, and he thought Mommy never wanted to spend time with him.
Mm-hmm. And so tell me, whenever Daddy thought about that, like what would Daddy do when he found out about Brad?
Well, he would just fight with Mommy.
He would just fight with Mommy. Okay. Did you ever get to meet Brad?
No.
No. Okay.
He only speaks to her friend on, her network sometimes when she doesn't want to play her game. And sometimes, the other times when she talks to her boyfriend is when she was at work. She worked at a store, but I don't remember what it was called.
Okay. Tell me, would someone ever come over to your house to visit Mommy?
So, one of her boyfriends was named, one of her girlfriends, she was named Missy, and sometimes she came and take us, and we went up to different stores and stuff and bought things. And I used to play hide and seek and all the clothes.
What? Okay. Have you ever seen someone getting angry at Mom?
It was Dad who sometimes did that.
Tell me everything he would do when he'd get angry.
Well, he would, let's see. I don't remember.
Okay, what would you hear?
I would hear, you just play with your boyfriend all the time so much that you never want to play with me.
And tell me, did you ever see Mommy with any kinds of, like, bruises or injuries, like marks or anything on her body?
No, I saw Grandma Grape like that. Grandma Grape is one of my older grandmas, and she's Gail's mom.
Okay.
Look at the star I made.
Okay. Would you ever see somebody putting their hands on Mommy?
Well, sometimes I would put my hands on Mommy, but sometimes, but one time, she had her hands all oozy, and I couldn't touch her hand unless she had gloves on.
Okay. All right. And one other thing I want to ask you about: have you ever been home with your sister, like alone with no grown-ups? Have you ever been home alone?
Yeah, sometimes I have to watch my show. I like Sprouts, even though it's little kids. I like Caillou and the Flugels. It's a Sprout original series. I had to sometimes watch those shows in the living room instead of my grandma's room. Because Daddy was running a little bit of errands for maybe getting us some food. Because whenever she was in the living room watching shows, I had to watch her and just keep her company.
Okay.
But she'll cry when she's in her mountain when she's alone. So I had to watch her.
You had to watch her. Okay. You said your grandma was in the living room. Has there ever been a time where Grandma and your daddy were gone when you were home alone?
Yeah. Grandma was at work and Daddy was just running errands.
Okay. Where was Mommy?
I think she was out in she was in the bedroom watching doing video games, and she didn't even watch Autumn much, so I had to watch her.
Where would you watch her at?
In the living room.
Oh, in the living room.
Because her bouncer is in the living room.
Okay. All right. And I wanted to ask you, tell me, have you ever been on any like long road trip in a car?
One time we were in the car for 3 hours.
Who was with you?
Dad. And we were in the car for 3 hours.
And where was your sister?
She was just in her bouncer, you know.
So was she in the car or was she someplace else?
Well, she was someplace else in her bouncer. She was just in the living room. She wasn't in the car.
Oh. Who was taking care of her?
Me.
Well, like when you were in the car for 3 hours. Who was watching your sister?
I thought you were talking about when Daddy was running errands and I had to watch her.
When you were on that long 3-hour trip.
Autumn was with me and Daddy was with me and I was with her. I was sitting next to her in the back seat.
Okay. And tell me all about the trip you went on with Dad.
It was one errand and we couldn't find our way home, so we, look, it's the dolphin I made just like yours.
So tell me, when you went from the start of your trip, when you first got in the car, tell me everything from the time you got in the car. Tell me everything from very start, from the first thing once you got in the car. Tell me everything about your trip.
First, when we were about to get in the car, then Daddy said, we're going to go on a big adventure, and I didn't want to, but we did it anyway, and and I made the baby cry a little while later, and they got out of the car for a little while, and then we got back at the car, and Daddy didn't want to, and when we got home, then Daddy didn't want to take any second not sleeping, so we went to bed right away.
Okay. So when you say that first you got in the car and then you said something about Daddy getting out of the car, what was Daddy doing when he got out of the car?
He was putting Autumn and me to bed.
Okay. Whenever you were on your road trip, did you stop somewhere?
I don't think so. I don't remember if we did stop somewhere or not.
Okay. And what did you do in the car while you were in the car?
What we did was we just drove around for 3 hours, and Daddy was joking for a few days that we were in the car for 3 hours, and then I stopped telling the joke. Are you making a canoe?
I can. So you're saying that he was joking? What was he joking? Tell me all about it.
He was joking that we were in the car for 8 hours.
You're joking that you were in the car for 8 hours?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. And tell me, could you see out the window when you were in the car?
Uh-huh. Our car, we can see out the windows.
Okay. What did you see when you were driving in the car while you were on the trip?
A little while later, when I was looking on him up, it was starting to get a little dark.
Mm-hmm. Starting to get dark?
It was starting to get dark.
Mm-hmm. So you woke Autumn up? Yeah. All right. And did you see, while you were on the trip, were you able to see any thing along the way while you're driving outside?
Well, I could see some things.
Tell me the things you could see.
I could see dark things. A lot of places to go. We didn't go to any of them when we were done with our errands. And Daddy thought we were going on another errand after one of the errands. We were, but then Daddy decided he didn't find where he was going. He was going to a fort, and he couldn't find the fort, so he turned around and tried to go back home, but we couldn't find the special road, and then we got lost, and when we got home, we were so tired, we went to bed right away.
Whenever you went on that trip, did anybody get anything out of the car or out of the back of the car?
I think Dad got a few things out of the back of the car.
Yeah? And tell me, when he got things out of the back of the car, where were you?
I was just still in my car seat. Me and Autumn was still in our car seats.
And where was the car parked at?
At the middle of the road.
At the middle of the road? Okay.
He didn't get run over because Dad's very careful.
So when he stopped in the middle of the road, did you see what he got out of the car?
No.
No. What did he do with the thing he got out of the car?
Well, I didn't even see what he did with it.
Okay. Did you see what it looked like?
No.
No. Okay. And when he gets out of the car, was it light or dark out?
Dark.
Oh, it was dark. Okay. Were there any what were you able to see outside?
Bunch of places.
When he stopped in the middle of the road, what did you see around you?
Well, I saw windows, a steering wheel, and Autumn and car seat.
Okay, what about outside the car? What did you see outside the car?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. All right. Did you go over any did you go over any long bridges or see any big things of water?
No.
No. Okay. Wanted to know whenever you first went on your trip, did y'all pack anything?
No. Can I have the green?
Mm-hmm. Can you have the green?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. There's green here if you want some of that. Tell me, where was your mom whenever you guys went on your road trip?
Well, I don't remember.
Don't remember. Well, what was Mom doing when you left on your road trip?
She was somewhere else.
She was somewhere else? How do you know she was somewhere else?
Because Mom wasn't in the car with us.
Okay. When you started on your road trip, when you first left, where did you leave from? Where did you start your road trip at?
I started my road trip at my grandma's house, because that's where we first got in the car.
Okay.
I think she was at work or something, or maybe at Grandma Grape's house. I think she was at Grandma Grape's house.
Grandma Grape's house. Okay. And what about Mom? When you left to leave the house, where was she?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. What were you doing before you left on your road trip? What was going on before you got in the car?
Well, I don't know.
I know you said at first you didn't want to go on the road trip. How come you didn't want to go on the road trip?
Because I knew it would be boring.
You knew it would be boring. Okay. All right. And did y'all ever stop to get gas anywhere?
I think, maybe.
Okay. Did you ever have to use the restroom on your road trip?
I don't think so.
Alright. Well, has someone ever told you how Mommy died?
Mom got in an accident and then she died. A really bad accident, and then the detectives came after Mommy died.
Okay. Alright. Have you ever heard Mommy, like making any sounds like she was hurt or anything like that?
Sometimes she yelled, "Daddy, John, I need something."
Okay. Do you ever hear anyone screaming?
Sometimes Autumn screamed when she wanted something.
Okay. Alright, and tell me about,
Oops. That was an accident.
That's okay. Have you ever seen, anybody with any guns or weapons or knives at your home?
Sometimes my family used knives to cut some apples up to eat.
Okay. Alright. And I wanted to also know, as far as your mom, did you ever see her scared of anything?
Mom was scared of spiders.
Scared of spiders. Okay. Alright. You ever seen anybody hurting Mommy's neck?
No.
Okay. Alright. And I know you said that they would fight and everything.
Sometimes.
Would anything happen to Mommy's body when they would fight?
No.
Okay. Alright. Would you ever see them when they were fighting?
Sometimes.
Tell me what you'd see.
I would just see them fighting.
And tell me the way they'd fight.
Dad always says, "You want to play with your boyfriend more than me."
Okay. Alright. You ever see anybody drinking anything that makes them act weird or strange?
No. Sometimes they drink stuff that kids can't drink.
What kind of stuff?
Maybe Coke. Coke, kids can't drink much.
Okay.
Whenever a kid wants Coke, they can only whenever they want to get Coke from a drive-thru, then they'll get a small one.
Okay. Alright. And I wanted to go back to your road trip you went on. You said that Daddy had to run some errands.
Well, I don't want to talk about that again.
You don't? Okay. That's alright. Well, I'm going to go out of the room for just a minute to see if I'm going to ask you anything else, okay?
Okay.
Could you wait for me right here, and I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Hey, I'm back. Thanks for waiting on me, okay?
Okay.
What you making?
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet? Okay. I've got some colors, too, if you want to do something different. Or if you can keep playing with the plate if you'd like. I wanted to ask you, I know, like, you said that you guys left from your house for your road trip. Was it light outside or dark outside when you left?
I already told you it was dark outside.
Oh, it was dark outside. Okay. All right. And did you guys get anything to eat on your road trip?
Oh, remember.
Oh,
I told you all that stuff.
Oh, I just didn't know if like you were hungry or if you got to do anything fun.
Well, I think we packed some snacks, but I don't remember if we packed some snacks.
You packed some snacks.
I think.
I think. Okay. Where did you use the restroom?
We didn't even I didn't use the restroom until we got home.
You didn't use the restroom until you got home. Okay. All right. And your little sister, who helped like change her and everything?
Change Autumn?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, did she wear diapers?
She wears, yes.
Okay. So when you went on your road trip, who helped like when she needed a changing? Okay. And then, did y'all get to buy anything along the way?
I don't think so. I think we bought something to drink along the way when it was still light.
Oh, when it was still light? Oh. Okay.
A little while before it was dark, it was light.
It was a little light. You think you got a drink? Yeah.
I think.
You think? And the, tell me, when you got the drink, did you, like, how did you get the drink?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Did y'all have to go inside someplace, or?
I think we went through a drive-thru, but I don't know if we got a drink or not. I told you.
Oh, okay. You think you went through a drive-thru? Okay. In the drive-thru, what color was the building you guys drove up to through the drive-thru?
We didn't. I don't know if we got a drink. How many times do I even have to tell you?
I'm sorry. I just thought maybe you knew the colors of the place. So, and had somebody ever told you not to tell about your trip?
No. I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. Alrighty. And, whenever Daddy stopped the car in the middle of the road, what did he say he was doing?
What did you say?
Like when your daddy stopped the car in the middle of the road?
I don't know. Remember.
You don't remember?
He went to the back car and got some stuff, but I didn't know what it is. I didn't even see what it looked like.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when he got the stuff from the back of the car, where did he go?
Back in the seat when he was done.
Back in the seat when he was done? Okay. All right. What did you hear whenever he got out of the car?
Well, I don't remember.
Okay. All right. And I've asked you a whole lot of things in here, okay? I'm sorry to hear about your mom and everything, what happened to her. And, tell me, how are you doing at Grandma's?
I'm doing good, hey.
You're doing good?
I was playing with that.
Okay. Well, I'm about to get everything cleaned up, okay?
Well.
Because I think I'm done asking you everything I'm going to, okay? All right.
I was having fun.
Oh, I'm glad you were having fun, okay? And if there's anything else you can think about Mommy, like what happened to her, okay? Trying to figure out everything, okay, to help, okay?
Okay.
All right. And has someone ever told you not to say something?
Sometimes Grandma told me be quiet because she was on the phone sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And tell me, would you ever see any problems between Grandma and Mom?
Well, I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. Did Grandma like Mom?
Sometimes she liked her.
Mm-hmm.
She loved me and Autumn the most.
And she? Okay. All right. Would you ever see anyone else fighting with Mommy?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. All right. Well, I enjoyed meeting you here today, okay?
Okay.
And if you ever need to talk about anything we've talked about in here again, don't be afraid to, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any questions or anything else?
No.
No? Okay.
Too bad we didn't use the red or the
Oh, there's something I forgot. I just ask every boy and girl this question, okay? What kinds of things happen when you get in trouble at your home?
I go to Grandma's room or my room.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Another thing I'm going to ask you, I ask every boy and girl, what do you call the part of your body nobody should touch?
Sometimes when people tickle me too much, my legs start hurting, and then I don't want them to tickle that part anymore until it stops hurting.
What parts do you get tickled on?
My legs, my tummy, and my underarm.
Okay. And what parts do you use to go to the bathroom?
Puka and butt.
Puka and butt. Okay. Has someone done something to your puka?
Well, no, but sometimes my butt and my puka. Well, I think it was my butt.
Mm-hmm. Like, tell me what happened to your butt.
Maybe, I think when I was 3, when I had problems going to the bathroom, they put medicine on my butt, not powder, but some other kind of medicine, and I kept screaming, no, don't do it, and they wouldn't even listen to me.
Oh, who would put the medicine on you?
Grandma and Daddy.
Grandma and Daddy. Okay, what would they use to put the medicine on?
I think it's a squirter, not a Benadryl squirter.
Oh, okay. All right. And has someone ever touched your puka?
Oh, no.
Okay. Have you ever had to touch someone on their body?
No.
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. I want to put this up now. Is that okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Whoa!
That's okay.
Too bad we didn't get to use the other colors.
Mm-hmm. We can put it in. Oh, we don't want to mix them, do we, huh? That's what you said, huh?
I know.
No mixing, huh? Let's put this one in here. Sometimes I don't pay attention. I just put it together. There we go. Thank you. All right.
Can we maybe color?
Well, we can. I think I'm done asking all the questions I needed to ask you about, okay? All right, you need a Kleenex, it sounds like. Here's some tissue. Your nose is running here. Instead of wiping on your shirt, here. There you go. I'll take you back out to your grandma, okay? Enjoyed meeting you here.
Rowan's description of her car trip with her father and baby sister was corroborated by surveillance footage from the I-10 highway. Cameras captured Jonathan Alley's sedan travelling to and from the area Elizabeth's body was dumped just before and after nightfall, the night she was killed. Faced with mounting evidence, Alley accepted a deal and pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison.